morning, everybody, and welcome. Oh, there it goes again. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny. And I think I might just be headed towards permanent vocal damage. I might have to start like the Wolfman Jack phase of my career pretty soon here. I can't hit the high notes anymore. As you can tell, my voice is it's not even a voice clearing thing. It's not even like there's something in there. It's just this is how I talk now. Do you need to take a vacation? This is that's a long time overdue, but not in the cards, my friend. It's shot. It's gone. It's over. It's finished. I have Hobo Chili Recipe theorizes the semen coating has worn off. That could be
sorry, I haven't been by.
Johnny goes remote. My voice goes to shit. Coincidence? Hard to hide it. Hulkamasha Baby becoming a member for his 13th month says, stop doing Kevin Brennan and it'll get better. It could be it. I think if you start, I don't know at 63 years old how he doesn't have a completely shot voice at this point.
Maybe that is his voice completely shot.
I think you should turn up your mic volume because you are really, really low in the mix today.
All right.
Mark Stevens says, do the show by just stir. Oh, God, you guys are a nightmare this morning already. By just stir silently into the camera for a few weeks. That is a wonderful idea. Freaky Deaky, good morning, of becoming a member for his 9th month. Sean Raz for 13. Scarface for 6 says, we're doing it. That's true. We are doing it.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
Exactly.
I'm having fun.
Precisely. We're
doing what we're doing.
Exactly. Thank you very much to Scarface, Smokes Let's Go, and everyone else. Bishop says, working at boot camp, we ate lemons to clear out our voices from yelling all the time. Here's what I use. Where is it? Come on. Just
Fisherman's Friend.
Just a good Hall's cough drop from time to time. That Fisherman's Friend isn't bad short term, and neither are these short term. There's no long term fix for what I've done to myself, I don't think. I actually, yesterday, golfed 18 holes in the wind and the sun and the cold and the shit. And I think I was outside. I had allergies terribly. I was sneezing all day. I took a drug. I took an allergy medication about a couple hours before I went to bed. I think I just dried it out, and I don't know, we got to get her back for the day. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit said my voice gone existed.
Yep.
Gone existed.
If you're a moderator, you're gone. Gone existed. You're done.
I can't help but bring him up again later today. It's not going to be like a full-on segment, but he had a comedy show over the weekend, and people wrote reviews on Facebook. It sounds like it did not go well.
I feel like you can't stay away. It's an addiction.
It's impossible. And, the thing about an addiction is as long as you don't deny you have it, I think you're going to be okay. Unless it's like heroin or cocaine or anything like that. But like coffee, soda, anything like that. As long as you don't try to deny it when confronted, at least you have somewhat of a handle on it. I'm addicted. The guy's continues to lose his mind. I love it. I think it's really, really entertaining. And plus, there's like 5 or 6 Chad fans out there in the world. And when you post a video about it, they get really salty. And they're just like him. They go super personal. And at this point, it's happened for so long that you just look at them and you go, oh, I get it. You're like, oh, okay. You're hurt. You're harmed. You're much like Chad. You get hurt. You get defensive. You go overboard. It's not you attacking the other person. It's you just running out of things to say. And you just,
okay.
It's kind of like Chad and lying. It's like you just go, oh, this is a you. This isn't like you coming after us. This is you handling some kind of trauma or something like that. I'm watching a you problem being projected at me. I get it. All right, we need to get through this chat, and then we need to get into stories. And I don't know
what we can do.
I need to wake this shit up a little bit. Stevie J says, new lore, Ryan the garbage man makes money delivering cocaine house to house, and the garbage truck is a cover story. Well, everybody needs a cover story, right? We all have secrets, and a lot of them are none of your business. Buddy Travis says, so my idea for the next shirt, the steel toe logo with YouTube on it, kicking the Twitch logo, saying gone existed.
Oh, God, yeah.
Right,
speaking of which, if you want to go subscribe to the YouTube channel, really trying to push that 1K.
How close are you?
I am 800 away or so. I'm at like 192. It's a slog.
That's a long way away from 1,000.
Yeah, that's not going to happen today.
You need to get into some... you need to get some some live streaming. You need to get in some hashtags, some algorithms, and whatnot. We're about 55 or so away from 10K.
Nice.
55 away from 10K. So be sure to subscribe to this channel as well. Again, really sorry about this voice. I cannot tell you what it is. Hopefully it's nothing permanent. Hopefully I'm not dying. Hopefully it's not Morgan Wallen. I'm not an alcoholic and I need to go, to rehab. But I got to think of a cover story.
And that's the funny part. If you said I had to take a vocal break, like the doctor said I had to take a vocal break, it would make sense coming from your voice. Like Morgan Wallen's voice seemed totally fine when he's like, yeah, they want me to take a break, y'all, and I got to step away for a couple weeks.
No, we got to make the money, as they say. So no, don't worry. If I have to go to this, if I have to go to the Bubba Love Sponge phase of my career, we can always speed up that process. Okie dokie. Just rub that into Johnny about the 10K, says Andrew Saltz. I am not rubbing it in. I need to get where I need to get. Johnny needs to get where he needs to get. It's understandable.
We all have goals, man.
Balls Deep posting the link to Johnny's YouTube. There it is, youtube.com/justkiddingllc. Crackin' slappin'. Thank you for renewing your membership. All right, guys, it is 150 away from today's goal. It's a very small goal today. The Friday audience and the members-only audience did a wonderful mitzvah for you. If you guys, look, if you get through this 150 and we do overtime, I won't have to carnival bark as loud today, which means we can save this. But 150 is nothing. You guys have got it. Everybody chip in. And we do appreciate you keeping this show on the air. Flex with $2 says, too much prep. You mean prepping the show or you mean the AIDS medication? Let me know. Yeah, nothing's working. Water, cough drops. My voice, it literally, I think you can tell from me talking, my voice has a ceiling. Guys, if this doesn't help, if this doesn't work out, we may have to cut her short today. I'm really sorry. I hadn't opened my mouth. I hadn't really talked before I turned the mics on.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this was going to happen. This is really bad. I honestly, I can maybe attribute it to allergies, I think. But I might have you pick up the slack when there's a little silence or anything like that. You may have to.
That sounds good. I'll tell you one thing that I can suggest. Today. Everybody's going to throw their answers in there. Have you tried any CBD stuff? Because I'm always pushing that. I got some friends at Hemponics that could probably hook you up with a couple of things.
Well, I am hoping that it's allergy related, and if it is, this just goes away. I don't know.
Otherwise, that Russian bathhouse lifestyle's got to come to a close.
Citizen M says, don't pussy out. Jesus fucking Christ. Come on, man. I mean, you go ahead. I mean, you try to raise your voice over a dull roar when you have to entertain people and then have this come out. You tell me what I'm supposed to do. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says to help with your throat cancer too soon. I mean, yeah, it's a little jarring to point out my throat cancer already, but thank you, buddy. I just hope you know me.
Eating too much of that snatch.
Yeah, I just want to get you guys a good show, and I'm getting kind of frustrated now. Meth will clear your throat right up, says somebody. Thank you. This is how monkeypox starts. Perfect. All right, cum lodged in my throat. Yeah, look, I'm not telling you guys what you can and can't say. I'm just saying the cum in the throat joke has been done, I think, by now. I think we can figure out something a little more creative comedically then you have cum in your throat. I mean, the first 7 are hilarious every time.
Need to stop kissing your dog.
The ones after that, little hacky after that. So now consider there's a cum ball in your throat line done and claimed by someone else. The rest, build your own hill, as it were. Thank you to James Turner for becoming a member for his 13th month. I appreciate that. Rostog's Broken Spirit says Babe Ruth sounded better in his farewell speech. I know, and I'm having a sense of humor about it, guys, but I am getting very frustrated. I'm getting a little upset. I think it needs to be warmer in this basement. I think that's number one. We need to figure out how to jack up the temperature in here without steaming out the rest of the house. Our basement is so much colder than the rest of the house.
That's what I love about my basement. It just keeps everything. But then I do gaming and stuff, so it's really nice to have all the equipment cold.
You sound like loose siding flapping in the wind. Save your voice. You are correct, sir. Citizen M, maybe you just need some rest. No harm in being a wiener guy, I suppose. Rexstart says, could try an NPR vibe for the show today. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Because now
and it's working.
I kind of know what level it starts to tap out at, and I'm trying to keep it under that level. But it's really hard to bring the kind of energy we bring every day and keep it to that level. Okay, guys, we got some stuff to do. Maybe I could just, is there a thing you can do with your voice? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to try and blow it out. Like if you just push through the problem area.
Like hammer through it. I mean, yeah. I'm not a doctor. Give it a go. What's the harm?
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Who gives a shit?
We're doing it.
We're doing it. We're feeling good.
We're feeling good.
Exactly.
Things are happening. What am I doing? Who am I? Where am I at? I don't know.
Exactly. All right. I need you. Don't fall out of my mouth.
Tomorrow's show from yesterday is up.
The old show from tomorrow is on.
Oh, that's the one.
Every time I hear people go over that audio, I just go to every time they get to that point, I go, hey, I hope they miss that like I did, and nobody does. I'm the only one who missed that when we played it. The last statue quoting the Lou Gehrig speech. Today, I consider myself the luckiest podcaster on the face of the earth. Thank you. I'm dying of Lou Gehrig's disease. That's what it is. Oh, and there's another cum joke from Stevie J. Just originality pouring out of this chat. Here's the problem, guys. When my voice is shot like this, I need the rest of you to kind of pick up the slack. And so far, I've gone to you. I've relied on you. I've trusted you. I've put my trust in your hands, and you've broken it with hackiness. Okay, Johnny, let's go into something today.
All right.
145 away from knocking it out. So a fucking nothing goal. Let's see if we can hammer that out. Tuesdays are always the tough days, so let's go ahead and build ourselves a little bit of a cushion here this morning. Do you remember Dave 25?
Yeah.
Dave 25 is a guy who followed this show. I don't even know how to describe him. So back in the Twitch days, there was a guy named Cowpote. And Cowpote still checks in every once in a while. Cowpote is a guy who did he did this streaming on YouTube. And there was this weird gaggle, this weird organization of 5 or 6 people that orbited Cowpote. And they all talked shit about each other. But the amazing thing about them was they were the only ones watching each other's shit. These guys would go live and they'd have 5 people watching. Literally 5. Right. That's not me shitting on them. I'm not doing the radio guy thing. Literally the count would be 5 people. And it would be all of them in the chat ripping the shit out of each other. But they'd still do a show as though they had a show. And it would be these shows where they would shit on, who were the guys? Steve Coate, Papa Grizz, Dave 25, Cowpote.
I just remember Dave 25 and Cowpote.
So
did Jake come from that, or no?
No,
Was Jake a different?
Jake came from Bubba, I think. But
Okay.
all these people would just talk shit about each other, and their whole YouTube existence was very incestuous. It would just be them fucking with each other. You remember Dr. Till, one of our guest co-hosts.
Yeah, Dr. Till was cool.
Dr. Till, host of Ministry of Dude and the Legion of Dude. Follow him on YouTube and Rumble and all that. Well, Dr. Till and one of his guys discovered Dave 25. And they came about him honestly. Like, this wasn't, we're Steel Toe fans. We found this Dave 25. I don't even know if this Eric Fitz guy is even a Steel Toe fan. He just found Dave 25 because Dave 25's out there fucking around on the internet. And he starts talking shit about him. Dave 25 thinks that we sent the ministry of the Legion of Dude to go and fuck with Dave 25. I get sent this from Dr. Till, and he's like, yo, you know, your boy here, Dave 25 thinks we're fucking with him because of you, and this Eric guy is breaking him down. And I'm like, oh, I would love to see that, because one thing about Dave 25 is, like, it's hard to break him down. He's one of these guys who's so stupid that you can't insult him, and you can't get him to go away or anything like that. April, if you're up, I need something hot. I need a tea or something like that. This is not going to make it today. So if you're, and she sleeps after the show starts, so I'm going to shoot her a text. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, so like that's weird too, because on Friday I actually started getting someone started trolling my YouTube channel, like a really weak troll where they were these weird accounts. I figured it was either someone posing as a Chad fan because they were using the deeply personal dig names. And stuff like that. And they weren't saying anything bad. They'd come into the channel and then they'd start spamming the chat with garbage chat.
Yeah.
And then Michaela, who's one of my really awesome mods, shout out to Michaela, was just squashing them left, right, and sideways. So we spent 10, 15 minutes joking about how that wasn't really much of a thing. And like, oh, okay, you took control of the show for a minute. Thanks for the free content. Yeah. And then we moved on. But yeah, so I didn't know what that was about. I didn't bring it up because I didn't think maybe that's part of what that is too, because they were mentioning you. One of the first ones was a dig about you. I'm not going to say what they were saying, but yeah.
Now, are you talking about Michaela, like the crazy Michaela? Yeah. She's part of all that, right?
Part of what?
Like that whole group that trolls and does all that shit. Like, she despises this show now. And it's just like, she's crazy. Like, she's really nuts. I mean, she may be great for you, but I would advise stay away, because she just has mod privileges on my channel, and so far I would good at squashing the bots.
I
would be careful about that in the future. I mean, she went full on nuts regarding this show. I think some of these people, I think a show gets bigger and doesn't have enough. It's like when mommy and daddy have another kid and there's not as much time for you, and then they get bitter. And then they're like, you don't read my stuff as much anymore. You don't do this anymore. You don't do that anymore. And you're like, I'm sorry. The weirdest part of having a show and like growing a show is the weird complaints people get over time, where they're like, where it's 100% a them problem, but they want to make it your problem. That's kind of been Michaela forever. And she's been on both sides of this show for a while now. I think she was another one that came from Bubba. And she just goes crazy every once in a while. I mean, she'll tell us somebody's fucking with me. And I'm like, I don't know how to fix that. That's not my job. You stop living on the internet, and then this won't happen. And she'll want us to do something about it. And then we're like, well, look, we're doing a show. You got to, maybe stop mixing it up. And then she'll just get angry and turn on the show. And then she'll try to get my attention. Last week she was tweeting at me. She's like, and you're a piece of shit, and you're this and that. I'm like, it was the Don Draper moment where you're like, I don't think about you at all. Like, what the fuck is your problem? So, yeah.
Well, fortunately, none of that drama's affected me. I had no idea about any of that. I just, like I said, she chimes in the chat once in a while and just was really literally like Johnny on the spot, nailing every one of those bots.
She's just one of those people where, like, us going live every day seems to affect her life and personality. Like, if we're not dead, if this show doesn't go away, it's like a stab wound to her gut every day. I don't get it. But that's good that she hasn't done that to you yet, which is nice. So
Well, I'll be weary.
Legion of Dude finds Dave 25, and I start getting messages from Sage and Dr. Till and these other people saying, whoa, you got to see this. You know, Dave 25 is being fucking beaten by this Eric Fitz fella. And I guess over the week, we've hammered the shit out of Dave. We've made fun of Dave. We've brutalized Dave to the point where it stops being fun and we have to quit because we're just like, we're hitting a defenseless baby. Well, this Eric Fitz goes beyond that. And I'm a little jealous of this guy because Dave 25 apparently deleted all of his YouTube videos. I mean, probably lost dozens of views from doing so. And,
I mean, all that monetization and ad revenue.
So I want to listen to about a 2-minute clip of Eric Fitz. Now, one of them is Dave 25. The other one is Nelson. I think Nelson is one of those like cowpoke Dave 25 drama guys. Okay. I think he's part of that whole loop. Let's watch a 2-minute clip of this. This is from, again, Legion of Dude and Dr. Till and his whole group. Let's take a look.
I left, I'm not with a large individual like 21.
Oh, okay, all right. So are you telling me you're of the gay persuasion and you like fat men? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Wow.
I like OnlyFans.
Hard in the paint.
Oh, I don't understand the thing about asking me why I'm a homosexual. Please explain. Come on, sir.
Because Steve Coate, if he joins back, he's 70-30, but like some days he's 95-5, and then he wants you to be 1% of that.
See, this is why we had to quit with Dave too, because you're just like, Dave, I don't know who Steve Coate is. I don't know who Nelson is. I don't know who any of these people are. And you
have such a just dull voice, but there's no energy. I don't even know if you believe what you're saying at this point. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, Dave was telling Eric Fitz, like he was getting to know Dave, and Dave was like, oh yeah, I fuck with OnlyFans models, and my last girlfriend or wife or whatever, she wouldn't, she had to leave because I was friends with too many OnlyFans. Like he's trying to make it sound like he's fucking OnlyFans models and shit like that. Thank you. And careful, I'm gonna pour this thing right down my fucking throat and burn myself alive. Are you kidding? Like it's a fucking nickel ball. I said nickel. Hold on a second.
But yeah, it's an obvious flex thing. Like, oh, I take home OnlyFans models, or I'm friends with OnlyFans models. Dude, that means you're being played. Because trust me,
you're soliciting.
All of their supporters are fans and friends, and they talk.
And you're right. Like with Dave, it's always like it's monotone, it's boring. I get nervous playing these clips because I'm just like, I've got a shot voice today. It already feels, I already feel shitty. And then I play Dave and I'm like, now I'm boring my audience, and they're already gutting through my shot voice. And now they have to get through fucking Dave 25, who this is what's amazing to me about Dave. To see someone with so little charisma and ability have the confidence he has to continue to stream content and make things is remarkable to me. There's something sad and impressive at the same time about it.
And I mean, just like I'm a guy who streams a small show. Just be honest about it. There's no harm in being honest. Like, hey, I stream a small show. I have a small audience. Some people have no audience. Some people start with nothing and have to work a while to build something. I got a little bit of a boost, and my audience is a nice little audience. I'm trying to grow it. I don't work as hard as you, but then again, I do have a voice that's functioning, so I don't know where I want to be on that. I've already lost the legs.
I'm gonna
you blew out your voice and stuff, and this weekend you went golfing and everything. My legs were shit, and then I went and built a playhouse this weekend.
Yeah, we're all mismanaging ourselves. But yeah, like, we're nobodies. We have a nobody show. All the shows that orbit around us are even bigger nobody shows. It's all nobody shit. But these guys get on, like Dave 25, they go on, they'll have 5 views, And they'll have the audacity to think they are something.
I got 6 subscribers. I'm fucking Tucker Carlson, goddammit.
It's remarkable how much some of these people put into this. And that's why it's very important to, once you're off the internet, go do something, because you don't want to be Dave 25.
On either day.
Yeah, go play
Have
Diablo
you ever
like I do.
Have you ever actually slept with a fat chick?
Yes. What the fuck? Like, why am I being asked this shit?
Because you sounded like you were against fat chicks.
I love how Dave 25's like, yes, why the fuck am I being asked this? As if someone would bring him on to like break down the NBA Finals or the Stanley Cup playoffs or like the Middle East peace policy, or like Dave 25 is going, why would you ask me if I've ever fucked a fatty? I don't get it. Like,
how dare you sully me with such a lowbrow question? Do you know who I am? I'm Dave 25. The number in my name is higher than the number of people who've heard of me.
Yes, you brought me on, and you will not discuss heady policy with me, sir. You are wasting my time.
I'm sorry, man.
Okay.
Big girls need loving too.
Okay, yeah, and I have.
And big girls can get.
All right, good. You sounded like you were against fat.
Can we bring up drama?
What the fuck?
Like, why
Y'all don't know
are we
that fat
having
bitches
like,
have the best head?
Just because I don't want to fuck Lisa.
You telling me
Rinna,
you never let a
like,
fat
all
bitch
you-
suck your
like,
dick
all you fuckers
and haven't
don't
noticed
think
how
that-
extremely better it is? Levels.
That's because they think it's corn on the cob. Continue.
Is Corey
Levels.
Adam from the
She's
Steel
just, there's a
Toe
hunger
Show?
to her game.
Who the hell is coming up here?
Dude, they can suck the jelly out of a donut. That's for goddamn sure.
Corey Adam?
That was kind of
What?
funny. So he accused this guy of being Corey Adam from the Steel Toe Show. He brings Steel Toe up multiple times in this interview, asking these guys, oh, are you doing this because of Steel Toe? And I don't even know if Eric Fitz has ever heard of us. You know, for all I know, he doesn't even know who the fuck we are. So Dave is confused and think these guys are fucking with him on like Steel Toe's orders or something like that. As if we have like underlings that
We
do
forgot you were still there.
Yeah. Like we have a
I forgot you were there.
we have like a Buff Bagwell Scott Norton version of the NWO that goes after the Dave 25s of the world. Yeah, we had nothing to do with this one, nor would we. I mean, we have no reason to be associated with
Don't
Dave.
fuck with Kumia.
Yeah, these guys, Eric and Lucas and these other guys, just found Dave. They just found him on the internet and decided to start fucking with him. And Dave starts making Corey Adam jokes and shit like that. I don't think these guys know who Corey Adam is.
Corey
My
Adam?
buddy in
Hard
high
R?
school got a bitch to suck his dick for a waffle.
Dude, this guy is putting up the double G and hard R on your stream.
What? Maybe,
What's wrong with my name?
maybe it's a Russian name, and where at the end it has like 2 or 3 R's, and that's why it's a hard R.
Not fucking Russian, Irish.
Okay.
So they,
Wow, this is great, guys.
No, it's
Good
fucking,
job.
it's fucking terrible. But it was funny to see Dave 25 catch a little attention from someone other than Steel Toe, and again to show you just kind of like how Dave's brain works and how few people know who he is. If he gets fucked with in any way, shape, or form,
It has to be us.
it has to be us. In Dave's mind, he's going, wait, someone on the internet is fucking with me and it's not Cowpote? Well, it's got to be related to Steel Toe. Nobody else knows who the fuck I am.
That's
So-
the list of people on my Rolodex.
And just that, just those guys fucking with him was enough to make him tap out on the internet, delete all his videos, which makes me feel shitty because we were trying to get this guy to fucking leave the internet for a year. And
we
he
couldn't
just
do it.
he would just take the beating and he would smile. He was so happy to get hit and get the attention and get noticed. He had such a masochist fetish that
We thought he at least had endurance for the game. Like, I'm like, hey, man, well, respect, you're not going anywhere.
and then these guys go in and tear into him for a couple of minutes and he's like, I'm fucking leaving. It's like, God, it's one of those things that makes you think, boy, I really suck at this. I can't get this
Hey, I
guy
have
to
a
leave.
thought on the voice thing. Have you considered drinking steel toe coffee in the morning?
Oh my
Because
God.
that coffee, that oil will coat your throat, man. It'll do you some good.
Steel toe
I mean, you're
coffee.
going to develop a
good hammer.
caffeine addiction, but
I'm going to see if I have any of those fisherman friends sitting at the bottom. Ooh, what's this? That's Pepto. I don't have the shits. That's not going to help. Why do I have Pepto in the fucking office? Yeah, that's a different day. Mr. Tony Soprano, thank you very much for gifting a membership to Mr. Cool. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says Aaron is about to give his Mike Schmidt speech. I came to Steel Toe with two very, very bad lungs and a dream. And I'm happy to say that dream came true. Flex gifting a Steel Toe membership. I appreciate that. 140 away from this morning's goal. Thank you.
And how dare you, Dave, with the whole, like, I'm going to be an internet person now. I'm going to take this stuff serious. You don't put your face up there ever. Like, I don't like people who are like, I want to be a streamer. I want to have an internet audience, but I want to have a level of anonymity. And I'm like, no, it's not how it works.
Thank you guys for putting the Crescent Mount Coffee link in the chat. That could help for sure. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. If you don't want your voice to end up like mine, get your
of the three of us, his is trash, and he's the only one who's like, I don't drink coffee. Yeah. He likes it. He thinks the flavor is good, but he's just, I'm not a coffee guy. You guys love the coffee. We did the coffee for you. Our voices are great.
Get your Steel Toe. Yeah, get your Steel Toe coffee at CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. And we have whole bean and ground coffee at this point. You're going to love it. Order yours today. It gets there very, very quick. Flex gifting 5 memberships. Dave Doors, Who Let Dude In, Jesse Esparza, Ben Thinkin, and Gina Bobina all getting a membership. We are only 130 away from this morning's goal, guys. Thank you very much. Continue to rally and knock that out early. And then that way I won't feel so guilty when I fucking quit on you out of nowhere because of my voice. I'm kidding.
I could read the gift sub names if you like, just to give you a little bit. I mean, I can read.
You can,
it's hard.
That's not something you put on your resume. Boy, that would have helped a lot a long time ago.
Something else I can't put on my resume right now is my hands are all effed up. I used to have a typing speed of 120, so let's see if the stem cell stuff fixes that.
Oh, shit. How is the treatment and whatnot going?
I've done a couple of interim phone calls. I don't know if I'm on any programs yet. It sounds like I'm going to have to go down and do the whole round of MRIs and spinal taps and all that stuff. But if it goes well and I get on the program, then they'll do probably a whole shit ton of localized injections into my spine, and I'll be dancing by August.
So it's the legs, it's all that. What specifically is causing it to be rough this time around?
It's just no one's locked down what's going on with it. Once again, my neurologist is like, this isn't even behaving like MS. You're just something sinking your whole boat is what he keeps saying. So he's kind of at a loss, and that's why I'm going to the Mayo Clinic and having them look at it because they don't know what else to do about it. They literally, they're like, well, we don't know why it's going like this. So it's just kind of sinking downward. So we're throwing steroids at it, trying to keep me above ground. And then when we get, like I said, the stem cell thing, if we do that, that's going to be, I don't know, a shit ton of injections up and down my spine. And then
that's never good when doctors start using like colloquialisms instead of medical speech. They're like, yeah, well, here's what we found out. Something sinking your boat. It's like, well, that's not a medical thing. Yeah, I know. Well, then that means that you have no idea what's going on. You're covering your ass because you have to say something. Precisely.
Yeah. The best part is I'm like, all right, so what are we going to do now? Well, you know, all those things we tried before that didn't really work. Yeah, we're going to try them again. All right. So the theory is we threw everything at the wall to see what would stick. And maybe it was just too wet. And now that it's dried a bit, tackiness will take hold. And I'm just like, all right, so we're just retrying stuff. Okay, that's great.
This is actually audio from Johnny's last doctor appointment.
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that. But, they go run. And it's even worse when they say that after they just ran a bunch of tests.
Mm-hmm.
Like you run a shitload of tests, you're like, something's going to turn up something. Like they're going to see something and have that aha moment where that's it. And they go, well, it seems to me that your system's a bit peeved. And you're like, it's not, peeved doesn't help me. I need to
They kept trying to get the COVID to be the thing. They're like, hey, have you tested for COVID? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, all right, let's do a blood test. All right, do 3 at home. That is the funny part. They still are like, all right, well, we're going to check you with a nasal swab for COVID. I'm like, I have been screen for COVID up, down, and sideways. They keep going like, is it COVID? Oh, damn. No, it isn't.
People are asking about my my humidifier. Oh, wow. You know what? My humidifier is not on.
You dumbass.
April never started my humidifier this morning. That would explain a lot. Holy shit.
She's fired. She's done. Gone. Existed.
Gone existed. Just gone. Absolutely gone existed.
If you're a moderator, you're gone. Existed. Gone existed. You're done.
That is fucking awful, man. I just realized that now. That would explain a lot. She says, I never use the humidifier in the summer. Will come fill. I didn't know that. I think we should run that every day. I think we should run that humidifier every day because it works.
Well, yeah, because your AC is literally a dehumidifier.
Yeah, that AC running in here, it will dry you out really quick. She says you have acute laryngitis. It's not my fault. Nobody's saying it's your fault. I'm just I have a 4 fucking hour show to do, and I'm going to try everything I can to be able to not make myself sound like an asshole because it's going to cause people to not listen. And if people don't listen, I'm going to have a terrible fucking day. I'm just trying to get everything I can. Like, I wouldn't listen to this. Like, if I heard this voice, I would not listen to this. I would be like, I gotta do something else. I can't hear this. This is grating on my ears.
Well, everybody that's a fan of the show, though, is just enjoying your misery, though. So you have that. Because we have a quasi-masochistic audience that's like, all right, well, now it's pain. All right, bleed for me.
I know, exactly.
Right, clown.
Omega Wolf calling April Imholt Zeta Jones. Wait a minute, because I'm 90 like Michael Douglas? How dare you? How dare you?
She got you with the honey pot.
That's exactly what it is. Jocktober Junkie says, I hear him, but I can't see Jesse Ventura. Oh, Nicholas says, why not? People listen to Bob Levy. You know what? That's going to be my inspiration today. People listen to Bob in his smoked out voice. They can listen to me in my laryngitis voice for a little bit. All right, I want to
come back. Don't worry.
I wanted to play this real quick. If you guys know if this is real or not, let me know. But it doesn't seem real. But it was on our Cringe, and our Cringe tends to have a pretty good track record, as far as I'm concerned. A gaggle. I can only describe this as a gaggle. A gaggle of men organized in the street. They all had their different guns. This is taken, as the kids say, in the hood. And in the hood, you have, a lot of guns that may or may not be, on the up and up, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys decide to stream to Facebook or TikTok or Instagram or whatever. And they decide they'd all show off their guns and show everyone on their accounts what that street life is about. Again, I don't know if this is legit. I don't know if this is real. I just thought it was funny. And we'll fire it up, and then we'll get into stories and whatnot.
Is this solidarity with what's his nut, the NBA player that?
Oh, with John Morant.
Yeah, I didn't want to say the wrong because I had for
nobody thinks you know sports shit. Don't worry.
All right.
I didn't want to see you embarrass yourself with some kind of bullshit excuse, like, oh yeah, I knew, but I wasn't, I didn't refresh.
No, I didn't know. I was literally saying pretty sure I had the wrong name.
I didn't refresh my ESPN app. It's like you can just go ahead and say, yeah, I never in a million years would have guessed what the fuck that guy's name is, and nobody would have blamed you. We would have said, yeah, that's of course. Why would Johnny know a black basketball player's name? He doesn't like black people. And we all would have understood.
No, that's not true. I just don't like basketball. The other part's a coincidence.
So here we go. These guys with their guns, and it doesn't end well for them.
We really out here, my boy. We getting it, man. You know what time it is. Gang, fuck the cops. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Hold on. What's going on? What? Wait, hold on. Wait, this shit's fucked up. Drop the weapon out. Drop the weapon out, sir. Oh,
yeah, this is bullshit. This is
totally fake because they're all armed and he's screaming, drop the weapon. There would have been shots fired.
There wouldn't have been. No, you wouldn't have one cop show up to a thing where there's that many guns.
Yeah, he's not going to get out and get into it right then and there. If he saw that, he'd kind of slow roll by and be like, hey, we need everybody here now.
This disappoints me because our cringe usually doesn't fall for gay shit.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, they don't usually fall for like manufactured horseshit like this. Oh, it's so dumb.
Wait, no, wait, it's I can't drop the phone, I can't. Wait, what? Jesus, it's a video.
Ugh, that is awful. That's really bad. Ugh. Staged as fuck. Cop has no markings, no logo on door. Reddit falls for fake shit every day, says P. Fletch. I don't know, man. Cringe is usually pretty good.
Reddit's having issues right now anyway, so people over there are freaking
what's
out.
the deal with Reddit? Because I see that people want to boycott it and they want to be done
There's
with
something to do where they're limiting its use to third-party apps or something. It has something to do with money because there's like, I guess the managing company doesn't get enough money, but the people that use the app and everything give so much requests and traffic. And so I have no idea what the whole thing comes down to. But so the managing company is, I guess, limiting the way people can interact with the app. And so people are, I know one of the ones I go to for videos all the time is literally from like the, I think 10th to the 15th or whatever. They're going dark, so there won't be any videos on the channel and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's where I peruse content.
It's interesting because I saw the CEO said that I'm really fucking sorry, guys. I saw that the CEO said that thank you, April, very much. We're gonna try the humidifier, guys, and if not, I really don't know what to tell you today. I'm really sorry, and I hope that this doesn't reflect statistically on the show, but it's bumming me out. It's a very helpless feeling not being able to have your voice. Not that Johnny would know anything about feeling helpless from not being able to use.
Why do we got to make this about me? I'm feeling great. I come into this like, hey, let's beat the cripple guy.
Oh yeah, go walk across the room for me. I'm just kidding.
How long you got?
Don't. It's only a 4-hour show. People are saying let April host. I might have to eventually, but anyway. First name says, do you need to be burped, Darren? That's exactly it. I saw the CEO of Reddit say that, you know, they had to do whatever you just explained there, that these third-party apps are getting money off of hosting Reddit shit. And I heard the CEO say, look, we're going to continue to do shit like this until Reddit is profitable. Here's what the people who use this stuff don't understand. None of this shit makes money. YouTube doesn't make money. Reddit doesn't make money. All of this internet shit, it doesn't make money. Before it sold to SiriusXM, Pandora never drew a dime. They didn't turn a profit. So now Reddit has a company. So you have all this tech money that gets poured into these apps and these websites, and they'll pour this money in for years, not expecting a profit. But because so many millions of people are on it, they're like, well, if we got millions of people, we're going to be able to monetize this somehow. And what ends up happening is years go by, no profits get turned. So they either have to put the screws to the thing or they have to sell it to a larger corporation and let it be their problem. Like YouTube is a write-off for Google. You can't store the amount of content that YouTube stores and turn a profit. It's damn near impossible. So Google just takes it as a write-off every year. And you know, to up the advertising revenue and all that.
And to justify large data centers that they can keep lots of information in.
And to justify the data centers. Well, Reddit is now trying to get into the profitability phase of this whole thing. And in order to make this more, first of all,
the internet is underpants gnomes.
Yeah, yes, the internet is exactly underpants gnomes. So what's going on with Reddit now is they're trying to turn a profit, and there's two things they're going to have to do to turn a profit. Trying to make it profitable will kill Reddit eventually. Number one, and Facebook went through this. They're going to have to clean up the content. If you're going to make money and draw advertisers and make it mainstream and make it profitable, you're going to have to clean up all the content. That means all the stalking, all the gay ops, all of that shit. It's going to have to go away. The problem is that is so much of what Reddit is.
90% of Reddit is the hate community.
90% of Reddit is horrible, horrific, almost illegal shit that you're going to have to wipe all of that out in order to make it profitable. It's nothing but shit posters. I mean, catering to, no offense to shit posters, but a business catering to shit posters cannot succeed. It will fail every time. It just won't work.
Well, you mean they won't sign up for a subscription and pay a monthly fee? Shit posters won't be like, hey man, I'm so busy calling this guy a douche and an F word that I need to get my credit card out. I want to keep this thing going, support the stuff I use.
Yeah. So they're going to be, so in order to get where this CEO wants to go, they're either going to have to turn their backs on the vast majority of who's on Reddit, and then your numbers are going to go down, which is going to make it less attractive for the people you want to make money off of. So it's kind of a law of diminishing returns. Or they're going to have to charge for it. And again, shit posters historically, once they have to pay for shit, will not do it. They'll just move on to the next thing. They'll find another website. They'll find another service. And they'll go
find
do
another
it there.
startup, and it'll be the new one. That's the same way things went with like MySpace to like Facebook, and then Facebook went to Instagram, and then Instagram went to TikTok. And it's like, yeah, those things all still exist, but overall, there's always just a new thing. And with the way things are going with TikTok and the government clamping down on that, people will move to something else.
Yeah, see, Granny Loves Anal says if they take porn off Reddit, I'll burn some shit down. Every single one of these social media things, any one of these community-based things, always takes away the edgy or controversial stuff once they decide they need to make money. Facebook, at one point, you used to be able to post a lot more shit than you used to.
YouTube used to be pretty clear and free with about anything, because then it was like adults only content was adults restricted. And then when things changed hands, boop, a lot of it got clamped down.
Exactly. Twitter, this before Elon bought it, same thing. All of it. I mean, it just all gets clamped down on when these companies say, and look, I understand, because that's the way of the world. Reddit's not there to be a charity. Reddit does have to make money. Eventually, all of these people who are funneling money into Reddit need to get paid back, or you're going to have to declare bankruptcy and settle with them for, pennies on the dollar. So now that time has come for Reddit, where they need to start making money. And again, all of these people saying we're shutting down our subreddit, we're going to go dark for a couple days to protest. It doesn't seem to be swaying this CEO, because this CEO's between a rock and a hard place. He has to turn a profit. And
yeah, but his audience is a bunch of people who are quite frankly entitled, have been like, hey, I've been using this for free for umpteen however many years. Why does things have to change now? That's not fair.
Right. So I'm not saying that Reddit's going to be over, but one of two things is going to happen. People are going to have to change the way they behave on Reddit, or a bunch of shit's going to go away. Because it always happens when these apps need to start, turning a buck or two. I'm going to do this for Tiger Lily. They say, for fuck's sake, drink some water. It's not going to help. I'm sorry. I have something going on in the vocal cords today. And it is what it is. We're going to try and get a good show for you today. We are 1:30 away from knocking it out today, so if you want to help with that, we do appreciate it. Stevie J says, Reddit blatantly copied the format of a bunch of other websites and outlasted them, which was their goal, not to make money. Yeah, look, their goal initially may not have been to make money, but the people who
But
paid...
at this point, they want to.
Yeah, the people who invested their money into your app are going to knock on your door someday and go, hey, you know that contract we signed when I gave you all this money? I've come to collect. And the people who run Reddit, hey, look, having your high school idealism when you start Reddit with other people's money is all well and good. That's great. But eventually you have to pay the piper. As they say, if you want to dance, you got to pay the band. Well, Reddit's investors are now asking them to pay the band, and they don't have the money, and so they got to find it somewhere. That's where they're at this point. Okie dokie. Let's go into this next one, which I'm clipping this one out today. It's Johnny's best friend, Alex Stein.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Alex was at the Dallas airport over the weekend.
Okay.
And wouldn't you know, Brittney Griner was in town.
Oh.
Yeah. And, Alex is known for being a social commentator, political commentator. What do you call it? Avant-garde antagonist, if you will. And
A performance artist?
a performance artist, sure. But I think the way he likes to be identified as most is steel toe guest. And he ran into Brittney Griner and her people at the Dallas airport last week. And this became such big news that I think it's the Phoenix Mercury is the team that Brittney Griner plays for. She's back in the league. They had to release a statement about what happened in this incident that,
no.
well, they use the usual terminology, troll, internet troublemaker, this and that. This is, now, as you
made any trouble.
As you may or may not know, Brittney Griner was released from a Russian prison after, being found with lots of weed on her. And our attempts, sorry again, guys, I'm sucking on cough drops, doing everything I can. The trade we made to get Brittney Griner out of jail.
Worth it.
We released an international arms dealer whose nickname, and this is a fun nickname, was the Merchant of Death. And which, by the way, I love how we sit there and we take a guy like this Merchant of Death guy and we go, oh, isn't this guy awful? He keeps selling all these weapons to all these armies and shit like that. And I'm like, wait, you mean the thing we do all the time? And you're like,
no,
yeah, but
he's like a Nazi. He's evil. Yeah, but have you heard of the Azov Battalion?
We made them take the swastikas off their helmet. It's okay. Yeah, but not out of their
but they still have the tattoos.
You can take the swastikas off the Azov Battalion helmets, but you can't take them off their hearts. I always say that about the Azov.
I'm glad you're trying to tone down the Azov Battalion, but a few of them saw Inglourious Bastards and got scarification on their foreheads because they thought it looked cool.
Yeah.
Those guys went in hard in the paint.
They did it as a tribute. No, it is, but it's always funny, you get the saying that, history's written by the winners. The Norm Macdonald line of, I was reading a
good guys all won.
Yeah, I was reading a history book the other day. Wouldn't you know it? The good guys have won every time. That's kind of that way with arms dealers. Can you believe this guy that we traded for Brittney Griner? He arms both sides of a conflict. Yeah, that'd be fucked up, right? Like, let's say Iraq invaded Iran. I'll just pick a random thing. And let's say we totally publicly supported Iraq in invading Iran. But at the same time, we were selling weapons to the Iranians. That would be insane, right? That would be counterproductive. Well, we did that. And then as far as the Middle East goes, you talk about the Middle East in general, us arming both sides of a conflict. Sorry, guys. That's just what we do. So as far as
trained everyone to fight and watched.
Yeah, as far as calling this arms dealer the Merchant of Death, that takes balls. Coming from the world's #1 biggest arms dealer, the United States. But Alex Stein saw Brittney Griner at the airport and decided he would jump into action. And, Brittney Griner has said a lot of dumb shit. Before she got arrested in Russia, she didn't like America, didn't want to stand for the anthem. America's not a great place, so on and so forth. It just took a little bit of time in a Russian prison for her to go, yeah, fuck that. I guess we're not so bad. It gave her a little bit of perspective.
Turns out freedoms are kind of nice.
Yeah. So let's watch Alex go to the airport and have a little fun with Brittney Griner.
BG, was that a fair trade for the Merchant of Death? I know you kill it on the court, but he kills it in real life.
So you're Brittney Griner. You're just walking through the airport, trying to get to your next flight to go to the next game of the next road trip, the next leg of it, whatever. And all of a sudden, here comes this big 6'4" guy going, do you think that was a fair trade? I mean, you kill on the court. He kills people in real life.
And I don't know if that first part's true. I mean, I'm sure Alex is just being very charitable to Brittney, but I mean, honestly, that was the worst part about that trade. Is like, is it even like I asked the WNBA, would they do that trade? Would they give up those picks? I don't know. Exactly.
I mean, the other side, quote unquote, got an international arms dealer. You know, we got a weak power forward. I mean, it just didn't seem like a fair trade. Could we at least get like a draft pick or a prisoner to be named later?
Can we send her in like Captain America into the next conflict? Just drop Brittney Griner in the center of it and give her a basketball and let her go.
Right. I don't know how well it would work, but he goes into the airport. He starts harassing her, and Brittney Griner has like this one little wiener guy. That's her support, and that's it.
Is it true you had to have sex with Vladimir Putin to get released from Russia?
Whoa.
Britt, Britt, is it true you had to...
Get out of the way.
What about his wife?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to talk to Brittney. Hey, Britt, do you still want to boycott America, Brittney?
Stop.
Well, get off me.
Stop.
I love, this is kind of like the trans rally that he went to. I love when all these people try to hold Alex back. And they're like a foot shorter than him and like 100 pounds lighter. And Alex can literally just take one of his arms and go, get off me, bro. I'm doing something. Like,
yeah, and the best part is he doesn't really fight back. So they think like, oh, I'm winning. This is working. Like, dude, if he put anything into it, you're on the floor.
If Alex leans his shoulder into this, you're going flying into that toy store over there. But these guys all try to restrain Alex, and he just keeps walking. Like, you notice he's not falling behind Brittney Griner.
No.
This guy's trying to stop him, and Alex is like, get off me. And I love how Alex always acts like he's surprised that this guy's doing this. He's like, get off me, bro. What are you doing? I'm trying to yell at her about having sex with Vladimir Putin, and if she still hates America.
What, are you fighting freedom? I'm asking her why she doesn't stand for the anthem. Come on, man. Should be on my side.
I'm trying to ask your client why she's a giant piece of shit. You keep kind of getting in my way a little bit here.
I'm weird. Why? She hates America. What about the merchant of death, Fred? Get off me.
Stop, dude.
Get off me.
That guy failed so miserably at holding Alex back.
Stop, dude.
Dude, you're embarrassing me in front of my boss, all right? She's going to think I'm a pussy. There's a guy 6'4", 240 pounds, and you're trying to hold him back, and he's like, dude, get off me. Just stop it. Anyway, Brittney, did you have to suck Vladimir Putin's dick to get free? All right, time to go. Hey, what are you doing? I'm trying to have a conversation. Get the fuck out of here.
He's like the Rudy of the protection game. He's like, someday they're going to put me in, coach. And it's like, this is his last year before retirement. If he doesn't get a gig, he'll never go on the wall. Like, we got to give him one.
Yeah.
Brittney Griner says she needs a bodyguard. Yeah, who gives about her?
The fucking Paul Blart of personal protection. I mean, that's just what they think of the WNBA. They're like, here, you're a WNBA player. Obviously, no one's ever going to give a shit about you or ever bother you in public. But you know what? My brother-in-law needed a job, so this personal protection agency got this guy at a discounted rate, and we're going to throw him out there to you.
Look, dollar store Patton Oswalt just needs a gig. All right, that's what we got.
He really is scuffed Patton. Oh.
Was that a fair trade for the merchant of death? I know you killed on the court. He killed in real life.
Look at that guy. That guy's supposed to be protecting that person.
He's reaching for the phone, and to keep it away, Alex just goes up a little bit.
Right. He's like, give me that phone, damn it. And Alex goes, up, it's up here. Like, I'm pretty sure next Alex is going to play I Got Your Nose with this guy. Oh, that's embarrassing.
What? You should just hold his head and let him swing at you.
I want to pull this guy aside and just go, hey, pal, come over here. Let me ask you something. What exactly is it you hope to accomplish here? I mean,
don't mess with someone who wears a tactical purse.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. You've got like a weird, one of those old
man bag
camera bags as a purse, and you're going to stop Alex Stein from harassing Brittney Griner? Stop it.
You had to have sex with Vladimir Putin. What do you get released from Russia, Britt?
Why Why are you being like that?
Dude, I want to talk to Britt. Britt, you scared to talk to me? Britt, you're scared.
Even this guy's smiling. Like, in a weird way, this guy finds
funny.
Alex kind of funny. He's like, dude, stop. If I laugh in front of her, she beats me with a belt. You got to fucking chill, dude. I got to get you out of here. You're cracking me up too much.
Look, you're being a dick. I'll admit the hitting Putin's wife thing was kind of a funny bit, but come on, man.
Yeah, the fucking Putin thing was kind of funny, but like seriously, if I laugh in front of her, I get fired. So you gotta chill out. Could you go ahead and do like the Clubber Lang thing in Rocky 3 where he goes, hold me back. Oh, could you struggle and make me look like a tough guy, Alex? I'd really appreciate it.
Here. Have a good day. The merchant of death, Britt.
Have a good day.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Get off me. Stop now.
Britt, do you hate America? Britt, was it a fair trade for the merchant of death? Britt, was it a fair trade? Brittany.
Done?
Was it a fair trade? Why are you grabbing me?
You done? Why are you grabbing me?
Alex is screaming at someone in the middle of an airport, and he can't understand why this guy's grabbing him. He's like,
And the best part is I'm kind of on Alex's side now. Why are you grabbing him? At this point in the exchange, we've proved it's useless. Why are you still trying?
yeah,
Your efforts are futile, sir.
Alex is like, I've shrugged you off 4 times. I mean, if I really wanted you gone, you'd be gone. Just be cool. But yeah, I mean, if you go through the airport following someone and yelling at them, and that person has a group, somebody from that group is going to distract you from accomplishing your goal. So I don't know if Alex can really be surprised about that. And you know, the other thing is, let's not forget who the piece of shit in this deal is. It's not Brittney Griner. I mean,
It's America.
It's America. She got offered a spot home. She took it.
Yeah,
You know.
dude, I don't blame her at all. Yeah. Hey, you want to? No. I'm sorry. I can't go home. I'd rather stay in the Russian gulag and go through God knows what, malnutrition, horrible, whatever. I'm gonna stay here because I'd hate to think they let a merchant of death free in my name. No, they're like, you want to go home? Fuck yes,
Yeah.
I'm going. Bye.
You guys are like, oh, I can't believe she'd get out of prison in exchange for the merchant of death. It's like, I'll have you guys spend a day in a Russian prison. And then you wouldn't care if the government was going to let Adolf Hitler go and be reincarnated. You would be like, yeah, I'm just getting out of this fucking Russian prison.
I don't know. According to a photo I saw, I think he was.
Because you're running up.
I want to talk to the famous athlete.
You talk to me. How about that?
Okay, well, do you like protecting her, even though she hates our country?
I do what I need to.
Well, do you think that she?
Oh, wait a minute.
I do what I need to.
That wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement of Brittney Griner and the detail that this man has. Do you like protecting her even though she hates our country? I do what I need to do. That's not good. She's going to see that and she's going to be like, bro, you fucking sold me down the river there. What the hell? Like, I'm sorry. I thought the guy was kind of funny. Thought it was kind of a funny troll. And that guy was a pretty bad dude.
Honestly, other than Alex, though, who actually ever recognizes her? Does it happen often?
I don't think I could pick Brittney Griner out of a lineup. I mean, first of all, she looks and she's built kind of like a dude. So I wouldn't know if I'd really be able to pick her out of a lineup. I don't. That's a great point. Brittney Griner looks.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm a huge sports fan, but when you said Alex Stein had a run-in with Brittney Griner, I had confused it, and I thought you meant Brittany Venti because of the beef they had before for a little bit. So I was going with that, and then when I saw Brittney Griner, I'm like, thank God we didn't say anything. We just waited.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you hear that she had sex with Vladimir Putin? Good day.
There you go. There's the end of the clip. So, and I don't know how Brittney Griner feels about the whole thing. I know she shot her mouth off about America quite a bit before she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where she's at now. I'm sure if you're Brittney Griner, the last thing you want to do is talk about your incarceration. You probably don't want to talk about, what happened and what you had to do, who you got traded for and everything else. I mean, you don't want to talk about it. But it's also the thing you're known for most. Like, most people know Brittney Griner from her time in a Russian jail and the exchange we made for the Merchant of Death.
And her OnlyFans account.
I don't think that exists, but not as, I
She's
mean,
got some great feet and ball pics.
but it's just weird that the dick's not involved. I don't understand it. But like, she can't expect that people who notice her are going to want to talk to her about basketball. You know, you say Brittney Griner, people go, oh, you mean that basketball player who was in a Russian prison for having weed? And I don't remember, did she have an amount where she was selling it, or was it like a personal possession deal?
I think she had a couple. Here's my theory on the whole thing. Honestly, I think she'd gotten away with it a lot before. And so she just made it a regular thing of bringing some vape cartridges with her. And the Russian government was well aware of it. And when they needed it, well, we're going to just arrest her now. And then they had a card.
Yeah. When shit went south with America, they were like, all right, go ahead and take the basketball player. Let's fuck with
because we know, because again, I severely doubt that she just accidentally brought him with her this one time and they happened to find him. No. I'm pretty sure you had them with you and you regularly did because you figured I'm a star over here.
Yeah.
I'm a big, proud, powerful black woman. They won't do anything to me. And then, they kind of arrested you for weed.
Yeah, Russia's not like America where it's like, oh, you know, you're famous. Well, the weed thing doesn't matter. In Russia, they don't fuck around as much. Balls Deep.
You know who I am? We don't care.
Balls Deep with $5 says, nice shirt today, boys. Thank you very much. I got my my Jim Cornette shirt today. I was excited to grab this one. And $4.99 from Hobo Chili. He says, okay, enough already. I know you're a big Sam Elliott guy. Stop doing his voice. It's a terrible impression. Believe me. I wish I could. I wish I could have a different voice today. It would be nice. 125 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo in the chat. If you'd like to contribute to the program, that's how you can do it. Let's knock out this goal. The Zion. Speaking of basketball, we'll go to the kind that people watch now, and that's the dudes. Have you been following any of this Zion Williamson stuff?
Nope.
So Zion Williamson was the first overall pick a few years ago. Big NBA star. And apparently he's having a kid. And he's having a kid with this woman named Akima. Now, last week, the term, I believe it was alleged. I think the word they used was alleged. And the wording that one of the news, like one of the blogs used to describe the woman he's having a kid with was alleged squirter, Akima.
Oh, wait. Now I know who we're talking about.
Yeah. So Zion Williamson is having a kid with this woman. They had a gender reveal. And the news story, and it trended all over the place because the headline was...
I heard the kid's mostly pissed, though. I heard.
Zion Williamson, having child with alleged squirter Akima. Imagine you're going to become a mother. You're pregnant with a child of a multimillionaire. It's the happiest time of your life. And the news found that the phrasing that people might most recognize you by was alleged squirter. And I love that the blog that wrote the article was mindful enough, like they were thinking legal in their head. They were thinking legally enough to go, hey, guys.
Allegedly.
Let's make sure we say alleged squirter. All right?
Not everyone's seen the video. I mean, I have on repeat, but
we don't want
to downloaded.
I'm not trying to get sued by the squirter, so let's call her an alleged squirter. Although you would think that you wouldn't have to use alleged because squirter would be a pretty easy thing to prove. You know, if you have one video of her squirting, you build 1,000 buildings and you squirt on one dick, you're a squirter. That's just how it goes. But they were very careful with it legally. She is a mother, so they did go with allegedly.
I'm not saying she's a squirter. I'm just saying I don't do it without a raincoat, and I'm not talking about a condom.
Yeah, I dress the same way for sex with her as I do a Gallagher concert. That's just if I was sitting in the first 3 rows of a Gallagher show, I
Hey,
dress
Johnny,
like
why
I
you
would.
putting on waiters? Going fishing? Nope, my wife.
Yeah. I just got to fuck for a little bit and, make sure I don't catch a cold. So there's this other woman. Her name is Mariah Mills. And she is, now they don't say alleged porn star. They just say with this Mariah Mills, porn star. 32 years old. And Zion must have fucked her and left. And this porn star thought that maybe, she would be with Zion Williamson, that the superstar NBA player was going to stay with the OnlyFans porn star. I mean, match made in heaven, total Pretty Woman story. But surprise, surprise, he wanted something different.
Hey, babe, I'm gonna go to the court and do the workout and the drills with the team. Cool. I'm gonna go to work and take a couple deep dicks in my ass.
I'm gonna go get DP'd if you don't mind. Talk to you later. Well, she decided to come out and let the world know that Zion better hope that she's not pregnant because of all the shit they've been doing. So imagine you're the alleged squirter, Akima. You get to announce that you're going to be a mom. Not only that, the father is a multimillionaire, so you just cashed a winning lottery ticket. And then to millions of people, this porn star comes out and goes, oh, by the way, I've been fucking your man, and he can't control himself, so he was dumping hot loads the entire time. You better make sure I'm not knocked up. She
Been
now
keeping a condom full of his jizz in the fridge for an emergency situation.
Not only would I believe that she's keeping condoms full of his old jizz, she's now releasing text messages between her and Zion Williamson. It's, oh boy, it is getting good. I mean, these basketball players never fucking learn. Whether it's Sean Kemp when I was a kid or Zion Williamson now. It happens to a lesser extent in football, but this is mostly a basketball thing where these guys just go and raw dog these bitches one after another, and they knock them up, and they don't give a fuck because in their mind, they're going to be making $20-30 million a year for the rest of their life. They don't realize that this goes away within 3 to 5 years.
Or one injury.
Yeah, or one injury, exactly. So he's been fucking all these chicks. Knocks up the alleged squirter. And I'm sorry, you are not going to convince me that Zion Williamson meant to do that. They thought it through, and they decided to have a kid together. So there is a part of Zion Williamson that's having this kid with the alleged squirter who's going, oh, fuck. How did I get wrong? Oh, my God, 18 years of dealing with it. This was just supposed to be a fucking past kind of thing. Like, he's fucking dirty bitches that he's never going to tell anybody about. But now he's got to tell everybody about the squirter and the porn star that he fucked.
That's why you don't do that. I get it. It's cool. It's fun. They're hot and they're on your dick and it feels great. But you don't do that.
Right.
I mean, that's just, again, this is one of those things where you're like, yeah, you can do that. I could go out and you can go out and anybody can go out and get laid, but is it worth it? Is the sex you're getting worth what you're putting in and what you're going to have to deal with after?
Well, the saying is the fucking you're getting worth the fucking
you're getting?
Yeah. And in Zion Williamson's case, I would say no. So you've got one squirter who's having your kid, so you're on the hook. And then you've got another one who's bitter because you dropped her because she's a porn star and you just can't be seen with it. And she's releasing all your DMs and texts from how you guys were fucking the whole time that you were knocking this chick up. So
you staying with the alleged squirter. I'm a confirmed squirter.
Yeah.
17 videos, 4 awards, top man in my field.
We can remove the alleged from our relationship, Zion. Be free. So, in my opinion, and I've never been a multimillionaire athlete. I know that surprises a lot of you, but I'm gonna,
next year
come out from behind the curtain. Yeah, I'm entering the draft. So if you're Zion Williamson, my advice would be don't fuck anyone you're not willing to brag about. B, I don't care if you have to shove a plan B up their ass afterwards. You do it. And number 3, certainly don't fucking knock them up and be hammering away at 2 porn bitches at once, you fucking asshole. So here's the text that Mariah Mills released. She tweeted, all you do is lie at Zion Williamson. I hate you. Does that mean on God? ONG.
I don't know.
I'm becoming old. So he wrote to her, delete everything and we'll talk, but come on, for real. So this is him talking to her after she's come out with that statement that, oh boy, he better hope that I'm not pregnant. And what does this guy do? He addresses the crazy bitch in a documented conversation. This is a terrible. Does Zion Williamson,
dude, when she deletes everything, that means this too, so he's off the hook.
But does Zion Williamson not have people around him? Does his team better hire him a PR staff, and they'd better sit him down and go, give me your phone, it's mine now. Only I do anything with your phone. If you have texts or calls, I'll let you respond to them, but I'm going to be over your shoulder. First of all, when the woman comes forward and starts talking shit about you guys fucking and you better hope she's not pregnant, we don't go and text that person and give her more shit to release to the public. Because it's not like she's going to go, oh, well, I'll respect the privacy of this conversation.
I don't want to damage his reputation.
Oh, man. So he goes, and you look so pathetic in that first message. Delete everything and we'll talk, but come on, for real? Yeah, for real. She clearly has no qualms about talking shit right after you announce that you're having a kid with someone. You know, the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. This is a woman scorned, bro. Don't deal with it. So she writes, you ruined my life. You lie to me all the time. You have a baby. Go be a father. You not my king no more. Now, there needs to be a little self-awareness on her part, although I think that ship has sailed. The self-awareness she has to have on her part is that, miss, you're a porn star. All right? The vast majority of men will fuck you for the story and not be in a relationship with you because they're going to feel cucked out. You're taking giant cock every fucking day. You're with somebody else. Anyone with I don't care how many MTV documentaries of True Life that you've seen. Nobody with any self-respect is with a porn chick.
So I'd date one in a heartbeat.
Right. Johnny's fine. And you know what? Johnny,
you need to find yourself someone who's needy, like a cripple.
Right. Johnny you'd never see his text released because he'd never fuck him over like this.
Yep.
He'd be a complete gentleman to the porn star.
And the basketball player. Either any end of that situation. I'm just a nice guy.
Johnny fucking
the balls in the air.
Johnny takes his walker, goes up to Zion Williamson at a Pelicans game and just goes, hey, tunnel buddies, what's going on? And he's like, wait, what? She don't release my text, bro. So here's more of them. She went on a tirade. We got quite a few of these. Mariah Mills says, I don't love anyone. I genuinely loved you at Zion Williamson. All you care about is saving face to the media. You don't care about feelings. And then we got more text. April, here. Grab that. You're not going to be on camera. Grab that mic. What did we find? I'm getting my salvation here.
Okay. I was limited in my searches here, but I got you whatever the Cepacol extra strength sore throat and cough drops that numbs your throat.
That's meth. That's
I got
to make
you
meth.
Ricola, Swiss Alpine herbs, lemon and mint. So you can eat your heart out on those, because if you do too much of like the Cepacol shit, that's going to make your stomach upset. And I got you this Chloraseptic sore throat fast-acting numbing spray.
Look at all this shit that we've got.
And then I'm going to make you one of these because it's salty.
Oh, chicken and mini round noodles.
It's a Campbell's little drinkable cup.
All right.
So I'll go make you one of those.
All right. So we're going to throw the kitchen sink at this thing and see what happens.
I had to brave Walmart for you because nothing else is open.
How'd they look?
You know, about the usual.
About Walmart-y?
Smelly and fat.
But enough about you. How was the clientele?
Oh, yeah. No, they were great. They're fine.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to see what we can do here.
You know what concerns me about this, though, is for some reason your situation comes and goes. Like, you'll sound fine for a sentence.
Yeah.
And then you sound like shit. And then you get off the mic and you're fine.
I'll say this. It doesn't feel like a swelling. Like right here, it feels like a contracting. It feels like a tightening.
So
of my vocal cords.
The closest thing I read this morning was that you have something called acute laryngitis, which is when your voice starts going, your little, your larynx is inflamed a little bit or something, but it doesn't make any sense.
Acute laryngitis. I'd rather have adorable laryngitis. Am I right? I can already tell this is going to help. I can't feel my tongue.
Yeah.
So this has got to be pretty powerful.
I got you the best nukes I could find.
We're nuking my throat.
Great.
We're going to get through this. Like Zion Williamson nuked Mariah Mills' pussy, apparently. How good was his fucking, by the way?
I mean, was his fucking that good, or did it also come, with the I'm a basketball player? And
I mean, there's the millionaire aspect of it, but like, how good are you? I guarantee this isn't the first basketball player Mariah Mills has fucked. Okay? I'm sure a lot of pro athletes have wanted to fuck her just for the story. But at the same time, like, for her to go in on the day that he's announcing to the world he has a baby, and for her to just go, oh, he better hope I'm not pregnant. He raw dogged the shit out of me for months. I mean, that you gotta feel pretty slighted at that point.
If I were her, I'd be like, he raw dogged the shit out of me, and I've got the video to prove it. Holy Jesus, God bless. What's that?
Well, there's him. And this was wrecking this. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my.
Dude, is she smuggling basketballs?
It's like Mack trucks colliding. Holy shit.
She has to have like a pit crew to wipe her ass to get in there.
She needs like robots that work on car factory floors.
This is a lady that needs a bidet. She has to have a pressure washer take care of that thing.
So when the specific text that she sent after he did his gender reveal, Mills tweeted, better pray I'm not pregnant too, because I'm definitely late at Zion Williamson.
Oh, great. Way to live up to stereotypes. I mean, just show up on time. Jesus. Schedule your day. Okay?
Even your periods are late. Can you get it together, please?
I was at this desk at 5 a.m. putting shit together just so I knew I'd be on time.
I was with you last week in New Orleans, and you couldn't tell me you had a random thought pregnant after all I've done for you at Zion Williamson. Okay, so this is the pregnant girlfriend. Oh, God, she is a simple e-thought. She's got fucking butterfly things on her pictures. Ugh. All right. You're going to tell me. We're going to play Would You Rather. Here's alleged squirter Akima.
Okay.
And here is Mariah Mills. Not the greatest picture in the world, but there's Akima.
Well,
there's Mariah.
So obviously he has a type. I guess I'm going Akima.
Okay.
Because
cuter face.
Look, the cuter face, the hair color is natural. If you are an online or just general porn star and you've got like that super light blue hair thing, then I'm like, all right, there's a lot of things screaming damage here, and I just don't know if I want to wade into that.
You're probably
I mean, I'm not talking about her back end, but she's got baggage that she brings with her.
I will say this about the
battle baggage.
I'll say that if you're Zion Williamson right now, your life fucking sucks. I mean, this part of it, the millions of dollars certainly, help cushion the fall. But like the whole world watching you going through these hoes just tearing at each other on social media over your dick. I mean, in a way, it's complimentary. But in another way, it's just humiliating to have to go through. So Akima then, Johnny, because Zion Williamson cannot keep his hose in check. Mm-hmm. Akima appeared to respond to Mills last Wednesday, saying, quote, happy hoes ain't hating, and hating hoes ain't happy. One thing that I like about this is that
street logic
is that everyone is acknowledging in this story that they're hoes. I like that we can skip over that argument. We don't have to.
These people at least have self-awareness.
Right.
I'm an OnlyFans model. I'm reputed to squirt.
Yeah.
I'm a hoe.
I kind of like this not this Akima chick, the alleged squirter.
Yeah, I'm doubling down on Akima. I think I could get along with that
Yeah.
one. I mean, it'd be a weird, I don't know, but it just, she's like a person of color if Jessica Rabbit were a person of color. Like, all right.
You know what I like about Akima is that she's very self-aware. She's not asking for respect.
No.
She
earns her respect. It's hard fought with every.
She's not asking anyone to respect her, and that's good. I mean, she's coming out. She's saying, "Look, I'm a hoe, but I'm a happy hoe. I ain't a hating hoe." Hoes are like the Jedi. There's a light side and there's a dark side, and she's one of the light side hoes. Mariah Mills is one of the dark side hoes.
It's over, Mills. I have the whole ground.
It's over, Mariah. I'm the one knocked up. Don't.
You were supposed to liberate the basketball player, not turn him asunder.
Oh, if you're not impregnating me, then you're my enemy. Only a hoe deals in absolutes. I will do what I must.
Akima has come for the younglings. No, not the younglings.
You were supposed to satiate the black dick, not reproduce with the darkness.
Well, you see, they take the big Jedi and they breed them with the...
And it goes back to the Republic days where they would take the big Jedi and breed them with their big woman, and then they would have a big Jedi kid.
They'd breed them with their big Wookiee, and then they'd have a... grrr.
Pull out Zion did not.
Oh, jeez.
Come or come not. There is no protection. Well, now, Johnny, another woman, Yami Taylor, has now made claims about Williamson on Instagram. See?
Oh, Jesus.
You gotta watch your hoes, Zion. That's all. You gotta watch your hoes. Your hoes are running wild. You got hoes all over the goddamn place.
You got hoes in different area codes.
I never gave you a... Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
I never gave you a threesome or never had an OnlyFans or was on Pornhub, so I guess I was all play. I probably never had a chance, you nasty-ass sex addict, Taylor said about Williamson. She then also posted an image of what appeared to be a shirtless Zion Williamson in bed. This guy is fucked.
I feel like if you're a basketball announcer, you just gotta start, playing into it. Zion Williamson taking the court. Man knows how to throw some balls around. I'll give him that. Just fucking. I mean, at this point, you think there's gonna be like a cheering or hate section that's just his exes, just a whole bunch of catty hoes, just fucking throwing dirty condoms or pictures of them together. Like, I thought I was the only one, and then they just start fighting. Nobody goes to the game to watch him. Where we want to watch his ex-girlfriends fight.
They just go in. They just want to see if there's going to be braids that are ripped out at this point.
Hey guys, I caught a weave.
Hey, it's first 10,000 fans of the Pelicans game tonight it's free weave night. Or you can have free pregnancy test night. You got Zion Williamson appreciation night.
Oh.
God, man.
They hand out Trojan Man condoms.
God, you got to be careful and not just I mean, I get it. Look, you're in your early 20s. You've been given millions of dollars. You're sleeping with every stank-ass piece of pussy that gets thrown at you. I understand. And look, your problem isn't even that you were fucking these crazy bitches. Your problem is that you knocked one of them up. And let's not mince words here. The Akima chick, it's not that she's the most well-behaved one. She's the one who's got the kid.
She's the winner.
Yeah.
She's just the one that caught the load.
Right. She caught the bouquet load. And then she's the one who doesn't have to act crazy now. All the other ones who feel jilted and didn't get the load that they were going for, they are acting crazy because that's all they've got. So they want to ruin this guy because what do they have to lose? This is why you don't fuck porn stars. Because they're not worried about their reputation or looking trashy. You, on the other hand, is a lot of endorsement deals you won't get now. because you.
Hey, I'm classy. I got a name, and I'm risking it all. Yeah, your name is that you did stepsister porn. All right.
Right.
I mean,
when you're
you got stuck in a dryer. That's your skill.
When your biggest line of dialogue in your movies is "What are you doing, step bro?" I mean, I don't know how mainstream accessible that career is. Kotod says, honestly, if he doesn't get a sponsorship deal from Trojan Condoms, then his agent isn't Jewish. That's a good way to know it. Oh,
I don't know though. We have one confirmed kid, so do we want to? Do you want this guy endorsing your? Although I suppose right now, based on the numbers, that's still an incredibly low turnout.
he could. You know what we could do? We could do a Zion Williamson commercial where there's the two girls that accused him of being a piece of shit, and then Akima who's pregnant, and he could go, as you can see, Trojan helped me, but it was that one night where I forgot to wrap up that brought all this upon me. And to just show all the floods of text messages that people have released. Trojan man. I'm sorry I don't have a time machine, Zion, but I could have fixed all this.
I could have saved you.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to go ahead and theorize that there's going to be more people coming forward, that this isn't over.
There were a lot of people coming.
He's been an NBA player for like 3 or 4 years now. So he's had a lot of time.
I feel like Nick Cannon needs to make a public statement like, hey man, you need to start knocking these bitches up and procreating and turning them into decent women. And then he's got to be like, hey Nick, you need to start wrapping your tool and stop dropping hot loads in all these bitches. Like,
fuck that. This guy's starting to make Nick Cannon look like a reverend. I mean, at least it took him years to have 12 kids with like 6 or 7 different women. This guy.
He's doing it right.
David's Goliath. No, I'm blocking people who are lying and making shit up and jealous of this show and trying to troll. That's who I'm blocking. And also making slanderous statements. Sorry, buddy. So, I mean, it's just this. People tried to kill this show. It didn't succeed. It didn't work. And now they make shit up and they don't care how slanderous it is. So they got to go. I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Because, the internet's so small, you can't find anything else. So sorry.
I have a bigger show than the shows you watch. So I don't have time to have. I don't need the content so bad. I don't need the content so bad that I have to sit here and entertain your horse shit. So sorry that you've made 8 accounts and we've banned them all. But if you continue to deal in libel and slander, then we will continue to let you go. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Whatever I did, I have to say this to anyone who doesn't like this show to that level. I'm sorry to whatever it is I did to harm you. I'm sorry whatever abuse I did to you that's caused you to be this insanely hurt and jilted and this insanely jealous and remarkably just completely mentally fucked up. Whatever I did to psychologically destroy you, I really am sorry. That was never my intention. But maybe you need some help. Maybe you need to go look into shit because I've broken you and you need to get that fixed or you're not going to be able to move on for your real life. Let your internet life go. It's not working out for you. I'm still here. You're going insane. Do something to improve yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to, I don't care if it ends up bad for you, but you're going to. You're going to wreck yourself. All right, on we go. I think what it is we keep destroying Chad, and I can't imagine being a Chad fan. That's really rough, being a Chad fan. I mean, that's got to be hard enough. Maybe that's what broke you, but I think they're upset that we keep kicking the shit out of them because they thought when Chad decided to dox and do gay ops, they thought, oh, this is going to be the end of Steel Toe. And then Chad and 3 other shows teamed up. And we kind of did that thing where people crowd around a guy and then he does one of these and just bucks everybody off. They thought that oh, Steel Toe's going to die. And then it didn't. It kept thriving. So then they're like, well, I can't give up. I can't quit. What am I going to do? And they're like, oh, you know what I'll do? I'll obsess with Steel Toe. Guys, you already took the L. At least lose graciously.
We're going to end Steel Toe. Do you realize how many people have signed on to that goal?
Yeah.
None of them have yet.
No offense, guys. But much, much better men have tried. And
one of them wasn't even a man.
Yeah.
She just looks like one.
They've all failed, unfortunately. This next one is the title of today's show. I can't remember what the exact title of today's show is. It's like, they lied to us. Are you surprised or whatever? Another report has come out that looked into the Wuhan Institute of Virology. You guys remember that name?
Yeah,
yes.
that place that had absolutely nothing to do with the virus outbreak. It just was a convenient lab studying the exact same problem we're dealing with right in the area it happened. But it's a huge coincidence because, again, if somebody ate a pangolin.
Had
those dirty Chinese people and that method of eating food that they don't cook, because they're not, let's just say it the way that nobody else is sugarcoating it. These people they're not evolved, so they're not gonna eat, real meals. They're gonna eat animals they catch on the street because that's not insulting. Saying that they released it, that's racist.
Right. I mean, it was all. You're right. It's not that it would be racist to say that the Chinese were working in a lab for infectious diseases, and one of those diseases got out. And the only reason they wouldn't admit it is because it would cause us to investigate that America actually funded the creation of these viruses that ended up getting loose. So both of the world's two superpowers are responsible for this disease getting out and shutting down the entire world.
You racist.
That would be racist. So instead, the excuse of, hey, Chinese people can't stop eating bats and pangolins. That's what caused this disease. That's
because of the live animal wet markets. They just don't have any hygiene. How is that not racist?
No, that's not racist. Assuming that it was a bunch of scientists working together with governments and NGOs that would end up. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm so immature. I can't talk news because as soon as I say NGO, I think of going NGO. Yeah, I want to clap first before I say NGO. That's the level of
Fauci
news.
Was his name? Oh.
That's the level of analysis you're getting from this program. But it is far less racist to just go, oh, they're all a bunch of bat and pangolin eaters there in China and they can't help themselves and they don't clean their food. Well, scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, again, where they did all the research on coronaviruses in the same city where a coronavirus started, were intentionally merging dangerous coronaviruses to create new mutant viruses just before the COVID-19 pandemic began, according to a new report. At the same time, the Chinese military was pursuing biological weapons while also funding researchers at the Wuhan lab. So we now have the NIH giving money to EcoHealth Alliance, who was working in this Wuhan lab on this stuff. And now we find out that the Chinese military was also working in this lab. It's really amazing that when this pandemic started, the world's two largest superpowers gathered together and said, this happened naturally. And also finding out that also both of those two world superpowers had a financial vested interest in the coronavirus lab. I mean, at what point are you such a political hack if you don't believe that this came from a lab? Like how much of a partisan pretzel do you have to spin yourself into? And how invested do you have to be into these loser politicians who don't give a shit about you that you actually don't believe this started in a lab?
I mean, I'd like to say that's not something we do anymore, but now people literally, people still defend, the Biden administration with everything going on, so it's just people are willing to buy this stuff. I'd like to say, oh, this is so obvious, nobody will take this and swallow it and run with it, but unfortunately, there's too many people that will. The people still wearing masks. They're like, oh, no, it merged naturally, and we have to be ready for the next evolution. It's like, no. They were evolving it, and the best part is now we have all these reports coming out. Nobody's like, oh, and it's weird that it came out right in China when Hong Kong was having all those uprisings, and it spread and it crippled China and America right when we were doing gangbusters.
Remarkable.
And it let the Democrats kind of go, hey, look, Trump sucks. You better put us in charge because we'll fix it.
The Sunday Times published an eye-opening report that accuses China of engineering mutant coronaviruses for malicious purposes, including using the new virus as a bioweapon, while developing a vaccine to protect their citizens. As the world emerged from lockdowns, U.S. State Department investigators were given access to secret intelligence on what had been happening in China in the months and years before COVID, the report read. More than a dozen investigators were given unparalleled access to metadata, phone information, and internet information from intercepts collected by U.S. intelligence services. Well, it's nice to see the United States spying on China for once.
And we didn't need a balloon to do it.
Yeah, it's nice to hear us get in the game a little bit. The Sunday Times spoke with 3 members of the investigative team, which determined, quote, Wuhan scientists were conducting experiments on RATG-13 from the Moizhang mine, and that covert military research, including lab animal experiments, were being done at the institute before the pandemic. The source claimed that scientists at the Wuhan lab were working on 9 different COVID variants. Well, I mean, and then only 1 came out, so we're good, right?
Yeah, because we've only had the one COVID. We haven't had other variants that just emerge, and of course those variants are very, very honest expert Fauci's explained us. Those variants pop out just because they're evolving in nature. There's no way to control. If we had researched this stuff better, we'd know what's going on. But unfortunately, it all happened because someone was eating badass.
Listen to this. In 2012, 6 men clearing an abandoned copper mine in the Moizhang region of South China were infected with a mysterious illness that had symptoms of fever, coughs, and pneumonia. 3 of the men required treatment at a hospital and later died. The men did not test positive for any known illness, but did have antibodies for an unknown coronavirus. The cave in Moizhang had a large bat colony, and the cave was littered with bat shit, guano, or as...
You want that dookie so bad you can taste it.
Yes.
You want that dookie so bad you can taste it. Guano. Hello. Does poop ring a bell?
A virus was recovered from the cave in the remote mountains of Yunnan province in southern China. The discovery was made by the team led by Dr. Shi Zhengli, a top Chinese researcher at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, also known as China's Batwoman. Although instead of saving Gotham from crime, she causes governments in the world to shut down. Around 2018, the Wuhan Institute of Virology reportedly began combining SARS-like viruses with the cave virus, labeled as WIV1. Now, if I may quote Forrest Gump, I may not be a smart man, but can somebody tell me what the scientific purpose is for fucking doing that? Hey, let's take an unknown bat virus that killed a bunch of miners and let's piggyback it on a SARS-like virus that killed a shitload of people, and let's see what happens. There's no reason to do that. Nowhere in the organized world would those 2 viruses come together to create a super virus.
That's right. That's why we need to make it ourselves so we can make the antibodies and then get everybody else sick and win the world.
It is remarkable to me that these people aren't...
It worked, though. It worked, didn't it?
Like, I get it. I get it, Johnny. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to be held accountable. Don't look for salvation because it ain't coming. But could you at least make these assholes answer the fucking question? Because they have immunity anyway. They're all going to get away with it. But at least make them give me. This is how black-pilled I am. This is how little I want from the world. And I can't believe that they can't give me this little bit. At least ask them a question and make them lie to me. Make them give me their bullshit excuse so I can go, aha, you fucking idiot. Because I know that they're not going to go to jail for the lie. Mm-hmm. I know they're not going to go to jail for, doing exactly what they were told to do. But God damn it, guys, could we at least get them on record lying so we can laugh at the lie? That's it.
I don't think so. I think, honestly, man, you just need to take a really, really deep breath, find a good pillow, put it up against your face as hard as you can, and just have a good...
Oh,
that's all you can do.
I thought you wanted me to sit on the pillow from all the butt fucking we've been getting. I thought that would have been the one. So the WIV1 was the name of the virus they created using the Wuhan Lab's initials. Rutgers University professor of chemical biology Richard Ebright described the project as the most dangerous coronavirus experiment ever undertaken. The combination of viruses killed 75% of the albino mice with human-like lungs that were infected. So not only are we glancing over the part where they give albino mice human-like lungs, but also just wiping these motherfuckers out. Oh. And here's the level of autism I expect from a virology lab, is that they see the 75% and they go, I thought more would have died. I was really kind of aiming for about 90% with this one.
How can we lock down the factors that mitigated it for the other 25 and isolate that so we can make an antidote, and then also find a way to spike up the lethality from the first 75, maybe get into the high 90s.
The Sunday Times stated, quote, "The scientists had created a highly infectious super coronavirus with a terrifying kill rate that in all probability would have never emerged in nature." Again, I understand, like, if there's a virus that's mutating somewhere and you want to provoke a mutation to figure out where this thing is going and how it might develop, okay, you have to do that. But to just go, hey, here's a random disease I found in a bat. Hey, here's a random disease we've got lying around. Let's smash them together. There's no fucking reason to do that. There's nothing in doing that that's going to end up being a good thing for the world, unless you're being paid by the Chinese military to create bioweapons. It really is like Outbreak. The Cuba Gooding Jr. character is going, why wouldn't they want to eradicate this disease? And Dustin Hoffman goes,
they want their weapon.
They want their weapon. They want to protect their bioweapon. That's it. By the way, this soup is helping me a lot. Chicken and star-shaped pasta. I'm a big boy. I've got my sippin' soup. So
for lunch, I'm gonna have noodles and meatballs.
The gain-of-function experiment was partially funded by EcoHealth Alliance's grant money from the United States government. However, documents obtained by the Freedom of Information Act show that the deaths of the infected mice were not mentioned in an April 2018 progress report to the NIH by EcoHealth Alliance's president, Peter Daszak. So the rules go, if the United States government gives you taxpayer money, you have to report to us consistently how shit's going and what's happening.
Unless you're the Department of Defense.
Exactly. Then you run the government. If anyone gives you shit, you kill them. So EcoHealth Alliance gets all this money from the NIH to do this work that technically by law they're not supposed to be allowed to do with U.S. government money. Well, in a progress report in 2018, wouldn't you know, Johnny, EcoHealth Alliance just plumb forgot to mention the fact that they combined a bat virus with a SARS-like virus and killed 3/4 of the fucking mice they tested it on. That apparently was not something we needed to know. And I'll tell you why we didn't need to know it. Because we would have raised holy
my case.
Yeah, we would have raised holy hell and made them stop. Daszak reportedly applied for more funding and asked for $14 million over 3 years from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. However, DARPA rejected the application to fund the research. See, now, that leads me to believe we knew something. Like, maybe not everything, but we're like, look, man, because when have you known the government to not cut a check to a friend? It doesn't happen very often.
I mean, we're super stingy about every cent we send over to Ukraine. I'm certainly hoping we did at least as good a record keeping with everything happening with China.
You know, the United States government, they're big on saying no to people. And yeah, you account for every dime, mister. Again, I'm not expecting anything to change. I'm not expecting anyone to go to jail. All I'm expecting is that maybe you ask these people the question on record and you make them lie to me. That's all I want. I just want you to make them lie to me. I'm at the point now where jail is gay, reform is gay. Just get these people in front of a microphone and make them go on the record and lie so I can at least go, well, I found myself a true piece of shit here.
I don't really think they spent $10,000 on a hammer, $20,000 on a toilet seat, do you?
You knew then. Don't get me unprepared. You had the viruses from the mine. You had them in the lab. The Wuhan. You knew then, and you did nothing. That's what it is. We should have had Jules from Independence Day.
He should just be keeping all of us on point.
Yeah, he should have been in there to keep us in check, if you will. Oh, look, I've only got stars and turkey left, or chicken left in my soup. Hold on a second here.
Better hope that's chicken.
Now that you mention it, I better make sure that's stars. Looks a lot like my tonsil stones, to be honest with you.
Ugh. Now that's just taking a gross turn. Why'd we have to go there?
They don't smell like them, though. Don't worry. There's no way anybody could Photoshop that. It's totally fine. All right. So the Wuhan lab deal, I mean, again, all these studies keep coming out, and they keep saying the shit we already knew. And it's really at the point now where you just go, this was never going anywhere. And it's not going to go anywhere because anybody who has been following this stuff already knows what happened. And, and the people who already know what happened, they don't, none of us have hope that anyone's going to be held accountable. So there's kind of a weird spot.
Any day now, we're gonna bring in Fauci, guys. We're gonna bring in Fauci.
Yeah. That was funny. Like people are like, yeah, Fauci for prison. And from the first day they said that, I'm like, guys, have you not been paying attention to what's been going on? There's no fucking way. There's no chance in hell that they're bringing in Fauci. Please. Flex 316 with $2 says, what's it cost to get a 3-minute clip funny? I don't know. Make one and let me know. All right, boys and girls, we are 125 away from today's goal. If you want to contribute and chip in, we started at 150 today, so it's been a pretty small goal. We haven't really mentioned it at all, but if you want to chip in, there's Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Really, we're one rally away from knocking it out and not even have to worry about this today. 125 away if you'd like to contribute. There's all of the links. Let's continue on here. So kind of an addendum to the last story. Oh, by the way, hit like, hit subscribe. I think we're like 50 subscribers away from 10,000.
Beauty.
Yeah, we're doing very, very well, boys and girls. Make sure you hit subscribe. 10,000 is just over the horizon. Mark Zuckerberg, speaking of people going on the record, this next story, I'm kind of getting what I wanted out of all this. And it's coming from a source that I didn't expect it from. And that's Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, Facebook guy, Mark Zuckerberg. He actually went on the oh my God, he went on the Lex Fridman podcast. Dude, those two talking to each other might be the candidate for the most boring moment in the history of all human evolution.
I imagine that room was so dry that people literally evaporate into dust if they walk in.
Do they even bother speaking English to each other, or do they just send binary code back and forth?
They just sound like two dial-up modems. They just look at each other and their eyes lock.
Holy shit.
Data.
Lex Fridman and Mark Zuckerberg talking to each other. Oh, if you would have told me, look, I'm Aaron, I want you to run the deep state. And I want you to make some guy who's, really influential. I want him to be able to get something off his chest. I want him to be able to admit a terrible thing. But I don't want anybody to give a fuck. Do you have any ideas? Yeah, sure. Have Mark Zuckerberg go on with Lex Fridman and wait until about an hour and 10 minutes into the podcast where everybody's asleep and have him make some kind of big revelation about COVID and Facebook. That's the way you do it. Well, they listened to me. Mark Zuckerberg was talking to Lex Fridman, or in whatever way they communicate, and said, so misinformation, I think, has been a really tricky one because there are things that are obviously false, right? Or they may be factual but may not be harmful. So are you going to censor someone for just being wrong? If there's no kind of harm implication of what they're doing, there's a bunch of real issues and challenges there. He said, you know what I love about these social media people is they create all of these challenges and then they want to talk to you about the challenges. It's like, hey, you know, we gotta filter out misinformation. And you go, well, no, you decided that. You said
all of us were cool with the idea of like, you know, we believe what we believe. We double check and fact check things as we see fit. And when we find something wrong, we just decide that that's bullshit. You're the one who's like, we have to put a label on it and we got to stop it in its tracks because it's bad.
Yeah. I mean, you could just go ahead and say, we'll let everyone say everything they want as long as it doesn't break the law. You're the one who goes, all right, we're going to take care of misinformation. It's almost like dumping spaghetti sauce in your kitchen. And then when you clean it up, go, God, I'm really tired of cleaning up spaghetti sauce. This is really tricky. And it's hard to get it out of the little slats in there. I fucking hate it. It's like, then stop spilling spaghetti sauce in your kitchen. All these social media companies go, oh, God, it's so difficult to censor out all this misinformation. It's like, well, then why don't you stop doing it if it's such a problem? Either block out the misinformation, get rid of the shit you don't like, and then, you know, hey, that's cost of doing business. Or if it's such a pain in the ass, it's not a law you're following. Like, it's not a federal law that Mark Zuckerberg has to get misinformation off of Facebook. You could just let people say whatever they want. Or as Will Sasso once said, or don't. Are you going to censor someone for just being wrong? He said, just take some of the stuff around COVID earlier in the pandemic where there were real health implications, but there hadn't been time to fully vet a bunch of scientific assumptions. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the kind of establishment on that kind of waffled on a bunch of facts and asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true, and that stuff is really tough, right? It really undermines trust, Zuckerberg said. See, Johnny, that's all I want. I don't want Mark Zuckerberg thrown in jail. I know that's not happening. I don't want Facebook to be absolutely destroyed. I know that's not happening. I just want this fucking guy to be on a camera somewhere or be recorded going, yeah, I get why people don't trust us. I mean, we really were bags of shit who censored a lot of shit that ended up being true. Hell, I don't even expect Facebook to give these people their fucking account back. I just want to hear them say it, and then I'll go, oh, thank God.
See, I want them to give the accounts back, though. Like, that's where I get angry with this, is it's like, I get that people aren't going to be held accountable, and that pisses me off. But the thing that bothers me is, again, innocent people who shared an opinion, which up until this point, in a lot of these cases, Facebook, Instagram, all of them, most of the time, sharing your opinion up until now didn't matter. Like, if people didn't like it, you might catch backlash or whatever. But ultimately, no one was like, hey, you can't have your account anymore because you shared an opinion. And now, again, like somehow me saying what I believe about coronavirus is now like somehow like this legal thing and my account has to get shut down because, you know, the cripple who just barely graduated high school, he's an expert medical authority who we should take as, you know, the high heaven of opinion. No. I'm an idiot with a fucking social media thing like everybody else. Just talking out my ass. I would like everyone, I should reiterate, I do want everyone to get their accounts back who got banned for saying things that turned out to be true. Let me put it this way. I know they won't. I'm not expecting it. I would like it to happen, but I'm not expecting Mark Zuckerberg to instruct staff to give these people their accounts back. All I want is, like I said, Mark Zuckerberg acknowledging. I just want you to say, you know, it's like a family member forgiving a murderer or a rapist, as you have to say on YouTube now. It's like, look, I just want to hear you admit that you did it. That's so I can find some kind of peace and move on. So Mark Zuckerberg going, oh yeah, we fucked over a lot of people that said shit that turned out to be true. And I can see why none of those people ever want to trust us ever again the rest of their entire lives. I get that. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to teach the rest of you to lower your expectations and then you'll never be disappointed.
but lower your expectations and you'll never be disappointed. I got what I wanted now. Mark Zuckerberg went out and said, "Oh, I get why people think I'm a piece of shit." Good. That makes me happy. At least he knows. I was dealing under the assumption that Mark Zuckerberg was a cyborg. Now I can pinch him and he goes, "Ow, God damn it, what'd you do that for?" And I go, "Oh."
No, I think he's still a cyborg. He's
been given human sensation. He's advanced. You're saying he's like Alita Battle Angel.
They downloaded an update. He's been patched.
Okay. Watch. I'm so happy that finally somebody in Silicon Valley or in tech went, "Yeah, we really fucked up and we're sorry. And I get why you guys don't trust us. And if you never want to talk to us again, I understand." But then you're right. They do a software patch. Zuckerberg comes out tomorrow and goes, "Oh, yeah, I was high on heroin when I gave that interview. And Lex Fridman was boring me to death. So I was speaking out of delirium. I didn't mean it."
Plus, I knew nobody was actually listening. I mean, the guy has the warmth of a snow pea. We were all out 15 minutes in.
Carlos Cameo says, "I will give Lex Fridman props for bagging Mark Zuckerberg on his show." Look, man. Somehow that fucking guy has an audience. I think it's maybe the Joe Rogan rub. I'm not really sure. But I got to say, Lex Fridman does have people that watch him. He does have people that, enjoy his program. There's no...
Why?
But here's where I leave it. There's no accounting for taste. There's no accounting for taste. That's it. If you like Lex Fridman, great. If you don't like Lex Fridman, you're on my team, I guess. Thank you very much to Buddy for the $20 on PayPal and Toolman Mike with $10. He says, "Seeing that you mentioned my company, Mike's Tool and Nail, more than once, I can write this off on my advertising budget." Oh, thank you.
There we go. Help everybody, man.
Mike's Tool and Nail. When you need
tools and nails
and or nail, Mike's Tool and Nail. Thank you, Toolman Mike. We appreciate it. And also $10 coming in from Hobo Chili Recipe. Says, "Hey, your selective throat gimmick seems to be getting better. It reminds me of a soccer injury, fake and gay, and the cure-all is orange slices and Capri Sun." I've been pouring medical grade cough drops and chicken soup down my throat, and it seems to be working. What can I tell you?
There's no accounting for orange juice.
Yeah. $5 from Sage. He says, "Since we are talking Zuck, enjoy him losing a jiu-jitsu match." I thought they all fell down and took dives for him.
Do they? Does he actually fight? I know Joe Rogan does. Oh, that's a little.
He does.
I know Joe Rogan does a lot of stuff, but does he actually fight? I thought he just did all the jiu-jitsu shit just to kind of be like, "Hey, I'm Joe."
He does competitions and stuff. Yeah. Here, let's check this one out. Mark Zuckerberg doing a little jiu-jitsu. Oh, it's so gay.
Yeah,
this is like if they had weaves and were grabbing them, this would be a world star fight outside a club.
I don't watch a lot of combat sports, but I remember a lot of the jiu-jitsu I've seen didn't look quite so childlike.
Yeah.
I mean, if this was a kids match, I'd be like, okay, they're obviously having at it, tapping into the time that someone stole your binky. But yeah, no, it just looks like two guys walking around in a circle shoving each other.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the most. Oh, he tried a judo throw. No, he's good.
System, right to it. Watch it.
This looks more like a mating ritual than a competition, but okay. So Mark Zuckerberg, I guess, he fell down onto his back to try and get the guy to.
Wait, this is Zuckerberg?
Yeah, that's Zuck on the bottom.
Okay.
Control the grip. Just bother the grip.
This is so gay.
Just stay on it.
Now share the post. Share the post.
Share the post. Hit the like button. Subscribe to our channel. So he's at some kind of competition in a high school gym, which is one of the world's wealthiest people is just hanging out in a high school gym on a weekend doing jiu-jitsu. That's I guess I give him a weird kind of credit for that. He doesn't have to be doing this, but just the gayness of okay, you're on your back. Now this is the same way you stop a wife from committing a domestic, by the way. You just get on top of them and you hold their wrists. Like that's basically what we're trying is domestic
We're just gonna
violence
stay
prevention.
here until you calm down.
Exactly. That's all this is. Oh.
Yeah.
This is awful.
Keep it closed. Keep it closed. Keep it closed. Keep it
Oh, Mark's trying to. Oh, he's got the leg. He's got the leg over the thing.
He's pulling the arm. He's up.
What the fuck, dude?
Close it. Close it. Triangle.
Oh, there's 60. Oh, he got him in the 69 position. You know that's trouble. Whenever you've got a mutual dick-sucking position, then you know that that's trouble in the jiu-jitsu world.
Oh, no.
Mark Zuckerberg got his leg out of the way, and now he's got a face full of man dick right on his nose. Oh, nope, now he's trying to take his butt. Oh, he's trying to take his asshole. This could be trouble for Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's got to get back into the 69 position or he's going to get butt-fucked. This could be tough, Johnny. Okay, now they're in lay down and cuddle position. They're going to lay down and cuddle for a while. This is great strategy.
They're trading phone numbers.
Billionaires do know how to cuddle. They're signing up for their
handles on Grindr.
Their metaverse accounts are being synced right now. That's how close they are. Mark Zuckerberg continuing to try to thrust his penis into this man's belly button. And now, as you can see, this man's balls are dangling onto Mark Zuckerberg's ass cheeks. That is a precarious position that Zuckerberg finds himself in. Well, I could be a UFC commentator. I know this shit pretty well.
There you go.
He's got a saggy...
Oh, he just came.
Oh,
he just went heels to Jesus
we
for a second.
officially have a gravy stain on Zuckerberg's butthole. Was that it? Oh, no, Zuckerberg's shirt came open. Oh, man. He was getting a little too hot.
Oh, look at that manly bod.
Oh, he had to take that. He had to open up. He had to get a little air, y'all, into that
so
torso.
Wait a minute. So he has a black belt in jiu-jitsu?
I mean, if you've got billions of dollars, yeah, you get a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Just got to get yourself billions
Nothing
of
means
dollars.
anything anymore.
No, it's all meaningless. It's all nothing.
Oh, bullshit.
What happened? Submitted? Yeah.
All right.
No, he submitted that.
Oh, Mark Zuckerberg's not happy that he got called the loser. Look at his. You laid down on your back and basically let this guy dry hump you for 2 minutes, and you're surprised that you lost?
Well, he felt like he won.
This guy held you down like an angry wife and grabbed your wrists until you calmed down. So Zuckerberg's openly arguing with the official right there. Look, man, after my second boxing match, I wanted to do that same thing and go, look, man, I beat the fuck out of this guy for 2 out of the 3 rounds. I dropped him. The fuck is your problem? But you don't do that. You don't act like a little shithead. Yeah, like Laughing Lion says, Zuckerberg was the little spoon that entire time. And
you
then
know what he said to that guy? He's like, yeah, good luck getting into your Facebook when I get home, motherfucker.
He's like, oh, dude, I'm not 65 years old. I don't have a Facebook. Mark Stevens says, and now you are both gay married. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how they do those ceremonies. Cunnin Stunt says, Zuck complained he couldn't find the guy's belt loops. Fire Ginger wants the Zuckerberg wrestling commentating as a short. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm doing shorts now.
There you go.
I'll do Zuck MMA at the 2 hour and 5 minute mark or so. Okay. Oh, man. We've also got, Kyle says, lizards aren't known for their wrestling. You've got to give him that. I mean, he wrestles pretty well for a lizard. Do we not grade on a curve anymore?
Can't we give him like a firmware update so he can do some more like martial? I saw them do it for Neo in the Matrix. How do we download stuff into Zuckerberg?
Yes. April, I will take another chicken and stars. It did seem to really help my my throat there.
My stars and garters.
Stevie Lou says he's got to be a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Have you seen the homeless problem in San Francisco? That's a good point. I mean, to be able to navigate that, that is going to take some self-defense skills. T. Jefferson says, you're funny, Aaron. Oh, no, real wrestling. There's no top rope or entrance pageantry. This is gay. I mean, a 450 off the top rope versus two guys butt fucking and 69ing each other on a mat. I mean, I'm probably going to go with the guy doing acrobatic flips. It's a little more entertaining. But then again, I mean, I might be the gay one. I'd rather watch two men lie on the ground together and put each other in the 69 position. Kyle says, quit eating your kids' food, Aaron. Ah, shit, those kids eat better than I do. What are you talking about? $85 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your support. We'll probably, you know what? Let's see if we can go on a little run and knock that 85 out by the end of the hour. Sounds good to me. Also, hit like, hit subscribe. We're throwing, like April said, we're throwing the kitchen sink at this voice thing today, and I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it through. One more thing of chicken soup, and then maybe one more. How many of these medical-grade cough drops are you supposed to have before you start getting the shits? Take 2 lozenges, one immediately after the other, every 4 hours. Oh, shit. Johnny, I get to have another.
More drugs.
By the way, these turn absolutely everything numb. Your cheeks, your tongue, your throat, everything.
So you're going to make use of that after the show.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to put it on my dick. Make sure you hit like. Let's get into 200 something by the end of the hour. 200, 250 by the end of the hour. How about that? That's my challenge to you boys and girls. Hit the thumbs up, hit the like, hit subscribe. We do so appreciate it. Oh, that's not going to. No, that's not going to help. Keep that in the fridge. I'll eat it later. I'll take the other chicken soup, though. That's going to help like a treat. Yeah, well, I got most of it. I can't sit here and munch on chicken during the show. Sorry, we're just having a domestic in the middle of the program. This might be my personal favorite thing of today's show, Johnny.
What's that?
It's a mixed race girl doing slam poetry on TikTok.
Oh, Jesus.
She's in her room. She's looks like a teenager. Half white, half black. But she may be 50% white, Johnny, but she is 100% white guilt.
Oh, God.
She's doing mixed girl spoken word. And I have to say, I feel like mixed race girls like her, or really any race of any person like her, really seems to exaggerate how much the rest of us give a shit about her identity or ethnicity. You know, she's one of these people who feels like she has to do spoken word to address something that none of us brought up. She's doing.
I know you're all very concerned about this. We don't care.
Right.
I don't care.
Let me tell you guys how I feel about my biracial guilt. It's like none of us accused you of having any. So first of all, you're outing yourself. And second of all, you're putting us through slam poetry that quite frankly none of us asked for. But Johnny, just because someone is doing a really cringy mixed race girl spoken word doesn't mean that the content of the poem isn't good, right?
Right. No, just because the premise is cringy, we could still have some golden on their heels.
She could be a great writer. I mean, there's a lot of stories that don't sound like good, what do you call it? Good material. But then you look at the work they did and you go, oh my God, they really did make me interested in this when I didn't think I would be. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus.
Mixed girl spoken word.
To fit in, not enough melanin in my skin. My only sin being part White Walker. I moonwalked out of a white crevice when I was born. I started doing the Dougie on the hospital floor.
All right, so you're like 10 seconds in now. What do you think? You see, she's part white. She's this. Because she's part white and part black. You see the moonwalk and. She did the Dougie on the hospital floor. If you're born and you do the Dougie on the hospital floor, that's a seizure, and they should be putting you in the NICU to make sure you're going to be okay. You should be observed.
I mean, you should just use some more. I think, like, if you want to get this to get more attention, you got to spice it up a little bit. Use some more controversial stuff and be like, the day I was born, I was allowed in a pool. You know, just have fun things with it.
Floor. The nurses were aghast, but my mama said, no, that's just the way of her father's people.
So your mom's a racist? Your father's people? You mean black? So black people, when they're born, just do the Dougie on the floor?
So when the rest of us, enjoy anything to do with your father's people's culture, that's appropriation. But when your mom takes a hot load and goes, oh, no, that's because she's a baby, that's okay.
It's okay, folks. The hospital people are like, newborns aren't supposed to have the muscle structure to be able to Dougie on the hospital floor. And the mom went, it's okay. Her dad's what the fuck? Ma'am. I'm sorry, I can say that. I took his sperm.
Why you talk so white, eating Vegemite with a Sprite?
You know, Johnny, white people shit.
All right, I understand her father's people. Turn in your card. Vegemite with a Sprite. You're done. You're done. It's over.
And, look, a lot of kids, when we were young, would write journals or poetry or... maybe some of us wrote rap songs with their friends. I don't know who would do that, but I've heard some people do. And it's cringe. It's awful. It's terrible. You're supposed to be cringe at that age, but nobody said you had to film it and put it on the internet. It's her pride of what she's doing that makes it so detestable. But Johnny, being white, eating Vegemite with a Sprite, I mean, that's a normal thing that white people do, right?
Right, and only white people. Remember, nobody else is allowed Sprite and Vegemite.
Yeah. It's not that the two of them rhyme.
No.
It's just simply that that's what white people do.
Why you talk so white, eating Vegemite with a Sprite? Leave me alone, Daquan. I just want to be a token in peace.
So now the black guy's name has to be Daquan?
So at what point is it racist for you to caricaturize people that you're... So we're all insensitive, but you're just doing the Lord's work?
Yeah. You know what what's really making me upset about this woman? She's making me want to be mixed race really bad. I didn't know that you could just trash and stereotype both races of what you are if you were mixed. I always thought if you were mixed, you kind of had to tread lightly on the black shit because you were only half. But apparently you just get carte blanche to be a piece of shit to absolutely everybody. Now I'm jealous. If I got to call black people Daquan, I would be so happy.
Are those cornrows? I'll appropriate those. Kardashian pose. Stop it, Ashley. When will the pain end?
I mean, I have a few suggestions. None of them I can say that would keep me monetized, but I mean, I can help.
I think we can just all say her entire online career, Brittney Griner has not given us anything of value. This is just...
Oh my God, was she awful. She's one of those kids who gets that email about being published in that like writer's book, like a poet's book. It's one of those things where, hey, if you pay us $400, we give you this book that has your poems in it. And then you can call yourself a published poet. And she pays it up, steals her mom's credit card. Obviously her mom's, right?
Right.
As she made clear before, her dad's people do the Dougie on the hospital floor. But her mom eats Vegemite with a Sprite. How is it that you're mixed race and you don't know white people or black people? I mean, to me, that's the really remarkable part.
You've got a mom trying to be black, a dad trying to be white, and a daughter just going, what the am I?
Either just be late to the party or bring tater tot hot dish. Stop doing both. You're always 15 minutes late and you always bring tater tot hot dish. It's fucking us up.
You got to put everything on hold to find somewhere to put your stupid casserole. None of us want to eat it. We already had food. We ordered pizza.
Make up your mind. Do you want to play? Stop bringing cornhole boards that have dice as beanbags. It's not. Quit trying to mix the two. Pick a street. Hobo chili recipe with $1.99 says repeal the 19th Amendment.
Oh, no.
Wayne Wayne Chambers with $5 says, I'm half the difference between her and me. I am not a tard. Yeah, I mean, look, that chick clearly has some shit to work through, but I don't know if we need to see it. That's all. Corn Diff says, cornhole is fun. Of course it is. Corn Diff, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any disrespect. $80 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your support. God, that chick was brutal. What was the worst part of that?
I think the Vegemite with a Sprite thing, because I think, honestly, am I weird for this? I think most people don't know what Vegemite is.
No, she tried to make that a white thing, but she's also a douchey high school kid, so she just had to think of words that rhymed. Vegemite is an Australian thing.
Yeah. It's Australian and New Zealand. Like, it's not I've only heard about it because of my New Zealand friends. I had no idea about it before that.
Yeah, white people, don't put Vegemite on us. All right, Terry, I want you to win this fight for the white race. Now you're Irish, so you're almost white, but it's close enough. Thank you, Corn Diff, for becoming a steel toe bro. We're 75 away from knocking this thing out today. Thank you very, very much. All right. We're going to kind of stay on this topic, I guess, relatively speaking. A school in Oregon is launching an investigation. Well, how do I put this delicately? Some kids decided to wear makeup, I guess you could say. A very special kind of makeup. Let's go see how they're doing out in, Pennsylvania. I have a different Oregon story later today. It's another school story. It's very similar, but this is CBS News out of Pittsburgh.
They were just showing an homage to Perry, all right? They love Perry.
See, by the way, Perry and Tom both unfollowed April and I on Twitter because we, and again, you and I, Tom is such a fucking pussy. It's remarkable. It makes me laugh because you and I watched it. We thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, it was hilarious that he's sitting there and nobody addresses it. Someone ordered him chicken and he's eating that, again, the whole thing. And we're just like, we're just not really going to talk about this. This is funny.
And they're trying, and then
we're shitting on it.
Tom trying to pretend that there was no implication of, blackface. You can't dance around the joke. And then when people laugh at the joke the way it was intended, go, what? No, we weren't doing that. That's such a passive-aggressive white girl thing to do. Tom's a fucking hack. And then he makes Perry unfollow us. What a sensitive little bitch. We got you, my friend. Well, anyway, this story out of Pennsylvania features a bunch of high school kids. And look, as we get closer to the last day of school, we always got a little more fast and loose with the rules. You know? You always kind of, you stretch to see what you could get away with because, look, as you know now as an adult, the kids are getting tired of school, but also the workers, the teachers, and the other
Everybody
people.
just wants to go home for the weekend or the summer.
Yeah, they're all on autopilot, so they don't want to deal with this shit. So you see what you can get away with. Well, some things, unfortunately, do demand that the school do something. Here's one.
Is condemning a social media post by two middle school students. They're shown in blackface, posing in a bathroom mirror. Jennifer Barresso took the photo to Pine.
Tom Brennan assures us that is not what it was, and they were just trying to get a tan. You fucking hack.
Richland District leaders and joins us live now with the district's response. Jen.
I emailed Pine.
The district's response was, quote, "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, we have 2 days left."
God damn it, really? You guys couldn't hold off one more week and just do it at home?
Yeah. That would be funny if the cameras are on and one of the principal goes, "Can't you kids just dress in blackface alone like we talked about?" Oh, what I meant to say was there's no place for that in this institution of higher learning.
I told you guys, just don't record. Hi. Yeah, we are appalled that this happened. This is not something we stand behind at all.
Yeah. I mean, you know that like in the meeting with the principals and the assistant principals, at least one person went, "Look, with how little time there is left in the school year, you think we can just stay radio silent on this one and just let it? Like, I'm 2 days away from summer vacation. You think we can just let this blow over and they'll find another? Like, could somebody go kill a bum in Kensington? Nobody will be the wiser. We need a distraction. It's Kensington. Their life sucked anyway. You're doing them a favor.
Quick, before the story gets out, someone draw a swastika on the school. That way we have a whodunit. It'll take weeks to solve. We'll be done with this.
Somebody go put SS lightning bolts on the janitor's door.
Superintendent and assistant superintendent the questionable photo and asked them to contact me. An hour later, a district spokesperson sent me a statement calling it a, quote, racist photo and saying there is an investigation underway.
Okay, it's one thing to dress in blackface at school. It's a completely other thing, you fucking dummies, to record it or take a picture of it. Come on. Learn how to do blackface correctly, in private, in shame, giggling amongst your friends. How have we not figured this out? It's not 1964 at Roger Sterling's wedding reception. Mad Men. I got one.
2 Pine Richland Middle School students
no.
wore what some call blackface and posed for a picture in a school bathroom.
Okay, look. There are times where you need to be careful with how you say shit. Like alleged squirter, Akima. I understand. When you have 2 kids, and I know it's blurred out, but you can clearly see that they've painted their faces black, you don't have to say what some call blackface. Lady, that's blackface. And
they were doing chimney sweeps for history class. It's all gone out of hand.
We had a movie class where we were discussing Mary Poppins, and we're just big Dick Van Dyke fans. That's all it was. Yeah, this is blackface, 100%. And they're in the school bathroom taking pictures of it. That's so ballsy because it's one of those things that's so egregious you're not going to get punished right away. Because the adults are going to see you walk through school like that, and they all have to get together with each other to make sure they all saw it too, and then determine what's going to happen to you.
Optic Nerve pointing out also, yeah, they also wrote drip ?
I love that. Yeah, drip. Swag, bro. This is our new swag. Oh, Lordy, we has got that drip.
The photo with the message drip posted on social media. A KDKA viewer sent this picture of a 3rd student.
I know they're blurring out their faces, but it's so easy to see.
And his shirt's dirty.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Well, he got some of the shoe polish on it. It's not his fault. He was just committing to the bit.
Disgusting. I think sadness would be my reaction.
Dr. Russell Patterson has 3 children in the district, including an 8th grader.
I was shown the picture by my daughter, and she was pretty upset by it.
And I said, what is your brother doing in this photo?
Setting just in general that this is still, going on, and it is 2023.
I did not do the Dougie on the hospital floor to watch these Vegemite Sprite drinking motherfuckers wear blackface.
A district spokesperson emailed me this statement, which was sent to staff and families. The district acknowledged the, quote, racist photo, calling it inappropriate and offensive.
It's funny because, like, in today's day and age, so much shit is called racist that isn't. That as soon as you see someone goes, yeah, this racist thing, your first reaction is to go, Jesus Christ. But in this case, you read the release and they go, this racist photo, and you're like, Jesus. Oh, that's the photo? Oh, okay, well.
Ooh, yeah, that touch beyond the pale there.
Go ahead and dust off the old racist word if you want, because it seems to fit.
Insensitive, but fair.
I don't think these kids did this as a tribute.
The photo was taken during field day activities Wednesday.
Oh, no, you don't dress in blackface on field day.
Oh.
Boy, talk about tone deaf.
Did they take the field like that? Did they run like that? Oh, no.
By the way, tone deaf in this case spelled DEF. I want to let you know.
I have a question. So if one of the kids doing blackface like finished first in the relay, do the other kids say it was cheating?
Yeah. Is that like a trans woman competing against the girls? I don't know what it was. I just felt faster than I've ever been today. It was remarkable.
Tell me it's a time where students celebrate countries, painting their faces. It also said Pine Richland School District values a school culture that is safe, supportive, and welcoming for all students. We are opposed to racism in any form and the actions of these students. It is our goal to strengthen a positive culture for every student at Pine Richland.
Can't really shit on them. That's kind of what you have to say when you have students take it. I mean, if you're the district, you just want to find these kids and wring their necks just for making you work this hard at the end of the year.
Yeah, but I feel like they're not going to stand behind that whole, like, we're opposed to racism in any form. I really feel like if there were a bunch of black kids screaming that we have to stop all these white people in charge, you wouldn't be like, hey, that's racist.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just expressing themselves. It's an opinion.
In this instance, we're against racism. Although, you know who this was great for? This ran great cover for all the girls who dressed as pale-faced geishas for field day. So they were able to get away scot-free because of the blackface thing.
They're just trying to hook up with those hot blackface chicks that we covered a couple months ago. They're like, hey, if we can get put in the same detention school that they went to.
Yeah, then, you know what?
Commit the same crime, go to the same jail.
Might be able to get some pussy out of this deal.
Right now, an investigation is underway. It's unclear what type of discipline the students may face.
I hope it's not whipping. That would be a little on the nose.
Look, I think, my dad always said when someone needs to learn a lesson, nothing solves that like good, hard manual labor. Let's just get these guys out there. Maybe I don't know where they're in Pittsburgh. I don't know. Could we maybe send them south where they have like some work a field, like a farmhand or something?
Wait, your father said that there should be a farmhand. That's what your father?
Yeah.
My father said, laugh and the world laughs with you. Cry and I'll give you something to cry about, you little bastard. And that's what he said. And that gave me perspective.
What do you think the punishment should be?
It depends on.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I think the appropriate punishment for these boys is maybe a week in the hot box. Definitely, they are racist, so maybe we burn an R right here on their cheek. That might not be a bad idea, but definitely a whipping, the hot box, and a brand might be the best way to punish those boys. That would be funny.
Look, I have several ideas, but I have to check with Mr. Candy before I know.
I told that teacher, I miss you like a hog love Miss Slop, like a baby miss Mammy's titty.
If there's a history of this with these particular children, but I do think their consequences need to be taken. And also there needs to be some intervening from counselors and other school-based professionals.
I will say this. I don't think these kids, these middle school kids are like some hopeless racists that will never, ever get better or anything else. I think this is middle school. So these are a bunch of kids that are like trying to do, edgy shit that, they think, oh, we're being naughty. Like, I don't think there's like we need to purify the bloodlines or anything like that coming out of these middle school kids. I remember when I was in 4th grade, one of the kids was asked to go to the nurse's office. They said it, they used to come into the loudspeaker in your class. They go, would Adam please go to the nurse's office? And I yelled out in class, oh, what does he have, AIDS? In 4th grade. Now, I wasn't trying to do a gay thing or anything like that. I just, at 4th grade, thought it would be really funny to yell out AIDS in a classroom. The teacher held me after class, called my parents, and the whole deal. That was the first of many calls my parents would get during my academic career, which was me getting in trouble for remarkably offensive yet incredibly inventive ways of getting in trouble. So you can be mad at me if you want to, but do you really want to stifle that level of creativity in a 4th grader?
I mean, at a certain point, you have to appreciate it. It's almost like art.
Right. I mean, any 4th grader can at 4th grade, your idea of humor is going and making fart noises with your hands. I did a fucking AIDS joke to the new kid. It's pretty developed for that age.
Yeah.
Flex with $2 Australian says, I am Aussie. Well, have a Vegemite and a Sprite. Hobo chili recipe with 199 says, I don't like what those koala ends look like. I can always count on you to give us some perspective. Hobo chili, thank you. $75 away from today's goal and about 25 minutes away from the top of the hour. What did I say? I want to be somewhere between 2 and 250 in terms of likes by the end of this hour. So go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Like I said, we got about 50 away from hitting 10,000 subscribers. So if you feel like subscribing, please do. But definitely hit thumbs up. Share the show. The whole deal. Thanks, boys and girls. We do have a little bit of Chad coverage to do. Now, here's my problem with the Chad coverage we have to do. I have to pee very, very bad. So
can't imagine why.
I feel like I should take care of that.
All right.
And then we should come back.
Vegemite and a Sprite.
Because maybe I'll have a Vegemite and a Sprite. That could I could do that as well. But I just feel like if I have to pee and we start reading this Chad review, that I'm going to rush through it and I'm not going to give it the respect that it deserves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, dude, go do you. Do a you thing.
Granny, here's what I'm going to ask you, buddy. I'm going to need you to call back because as it goes on this program, I do not have the phones hooked up at the moment. So give me like 2 seconds. There we go. They're all hooked up. Johnny, I want you to do 2 things while I'm gone.
Okay.
I got to throw a big thank you out there when I get back. I don't want to rush that. I want you to tell everyone about the anniversary show coming up August 12th. And I want you to tell people about your channels and what you're going to be doing today. All right? Take it easy. I'm going to be right back. When we come back, a big thank you and then a review of Chad's comedy show from Saturday night. Johnny, take it away.
All right, so the anniversary show is at Stoney's in Rockville. I don't have the link. If one of you could throw that up, I would appreciate it. The tickets are almost sold. If you're a VIP, you get to claim 2 free tickets. There is a cornhole tournament that's going to happen beforehand. We're going to hang out all day, and then the comedy show in the evening. We're going to have Keanu C. Thompson and Gino Bisconti out there as well, so it's going to be fun. Me, Aaron, Oz, April, hopefully Corey. I don't know, everybody that we can get out there, and we'd like to see you out there, so come on out and get those tickets, and make sure if you want to be out there that you get yours, because they won't last. You cheapskate better show up. I'll be there. I'm going. Why would you think I'm not going? I'll go if they have to wheel me one way or another. But yeah, and then this afternoon at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time well, let me link in the Twitch there. Thank you very much, and thank you Zen Rhino for linking the Eventbrite ticket link. I'm trying to push the YouTube channel because Twitch is getting scary with the shit they're pulling. So I want to have an eject lever ready so I can kind of fuck with the rules. So that's the plan.
I want to ask you about the Twitch thing because I was hearing stuff about that. I was reading some articles over the weekend. What is the deal with Twitch? Why are because people are bitching about Twitch again for like the 6th time in the last year. What is the deal with Twitch?
Twitch released an update to their terms of service, and this is something they've done before, where they release an update, they catch massive backlash, and then they kind of quietly roll the update back a little so people aren't quite as pissed. But what they're kind of hampering down on now is they're claiming that they're going to start cracking down on channels that do like cross promoting and internal promoting. They want to have literally Twitch is the only one responsible for any ad revenue with your show. And so like promoting products and stuff is okay. But if you're running like your own ads and things like that, if you're cross promoting, they don't want people multi-streaming anymore. So they're kind of just clamping down, and they put this announcement out with a bunch of really cool infographics. Everyone lost their shit, and they slowly kind of repealed it. They took the infographics off the page, but they haven't removed the wording from the TOS. So now it just kind of seems like a thing where like, all right, people didn't like this, so we're not really going to do it, but so the architecture to do it is still in place.
But I'm confused. So cross promoting, like you can't do live reads on Twitch, or? Well,
if you're doing a live read for like, say, a specific product that you are endorsing, that's one thing.
Okay.
But if you say have a banner running along the bottom of your screen, they had a really stupid rule about like infographics promoting content outside of Twitch content had to be within 3% of your screen. If it was over 3%, it was taking up too much. So they had a bunch of really weird, arbitrary rules that seem like they're just trying to lock down everybody that either streams on multiple platforms or has some sort of income that's not directly linked into Twitch. And so I guess Twitch is just doing too well and making too much money. So they thought, let's punish our creators. Wow. So a lot of creators are fleeing to YouTube or anything like that. I myself am getting something set up for YouTube. If I can get YouTube to be over 1,000, I'm almost there on the watch hours and stuff. Once the YouTube's monetized, then I don't have to worry about Twitch's rules. So I can make fake ads and stuff. And if they shut my channel down, I go, okay, bye. And I just go to
That's
YouTube.
really strange. Usually people have the opposite problem. Like they can get to the 1,000, but they can't get the watch hours. You have the watch hours. You need to get the subscriber count. So that's very strange to me.
I don't push my show very hard. I'm just like a fun, like relaxed show. I just want it to build organically.
Well,
apparently that doesn't work very well.
Go to Just Kidding LLC on YouTube right now and then come back to this show, hit subscribe, and then come back here. And if you haven't subscribed to us yet, do that too. Eric Fitzpatrick from Legion of Dude, he says, I met one of your trolls on stream Friday on Legion. I made him cry. Told him he has been on this planet long enough. No, we played clips of it this morning to start the show, Eric. It was very, very funny that you guys ran into Dave 25. That's wow. Bowls Deep says Twitch reminded people that an 80-20 split is better than 50-50. Yeah, YouTube takes 30%. Twitch takes 50%. So if you come from Twitch to YouTube like we did, it doesn't, the 30% doesn't feel so bad. Let's go to the phones real quick. Then I have some thank yous. Then we got to get to this Chad thing here. Go ahead.
Call from.
It's Granny. I don't know. Thank you.
What's up, Granny? How you doing today? Carl's not there, huh?
No, Carl. Carl's got the day off. I'm a little behind in chat. I was wondering if you wanted to hear my white nationalist rhetoric. I mean, it's a little fucking crazy, but it draws a crowd.
You broke up there. Your what rhetoric?
White nationalist.
No, I don't need to hear any white nationalist rhetoric. I'm good.
All right. Well, with the boots and all that, you know what I mean? I thought, if we could come to a mutual understanding there.
No.
All right. Well, that's fine.
No. I think we're all set. But I do appreciate the believe me, I appreciate the offer.
Is Johnny against Kick because of like the connotation, or?
I just haven't gotten around to getting on Kick. I'm up to 3 platforms, and I was like, dude, you got to get on Kick. And I'm like, okay, it's something I haven't done. I'm lazy.
All right, well, I have a little speech prepared, but, if you don't want it, you don't want it, What can I do?
We'll do it off the air together in a ritual ceremony. All right, thank you, Granny. Oh, Granny. Should we do a little bit of this? This is the one thing I haven't tried yet this morning is the what do they call it? The chloroseptic spray?
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
I haven't done this one yet. So you do one in each eye, right? Is that what you're supposed to do? Let's
just stare it down.
Throw another thing down here so we can keep the show on today. Ah! Ooh! Hot damn. That is... Ha! I'm numb. Oh, everything's turning numb. Yeah. Okay, guys, I got great news. My throat is fine. My voice is much better.
Now we're going to talk about Chad.
I can't feel my tongue, and we're going to talk about Chad. Kyler says, Jesus, that was a lot. No. It didn't come out at first. I didn't put 3 sprays in my mouth. It wouldn't come out. Oh, that tastes like fucking cunt. Oh, is that awful? April says you're supposed to hold it in there for an amount of time. Whoopsie daisy. I'm all tingly. Oh. Kane J says you only need 1 or 2 sprays, not 10. It wasn't going. I did 2 full sprays. She says you're so getting the poops from all this throat stuff. Probably. But my voice sounds a lot better than it did at the top of the show, does it not?
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you very much to David, not David Chandler, different David, with $100 over on PayPal. That is remarkably generous of you, sir. We are now $25 into tonight's goal. So thank you very much. We appreciate that. Another David jumping into steel toe, which is nice. Thanks, buddy. 225 away from this evening. Thanks, boys and girls. Also, quick.
Wasn't my David.
Quick. No. Oh, yeah, you're right. We got so many Davids now. And I've got so many drops that I can't find my fucking David drop anymore. There we go.
You'd all be dead now if it wasn't my David.
I don't know where Fred went, though, because I still have this one.
Well, howdy, Fred.
Exactly. All right. Well, we have some Chad news that we need to get to, Johnny. Chad had some shows.
Hotel room is pressing charges.
We're not going to do the hotel room rant. We did that one yesterday. And I'm probably not going to put this up as a clip because Jesus Christ. I mean, how many Chad clips can a guy have? You know, between Chad and Opie.
All our channel is.
Between Chad, Opie, and Bam Margera, I got no time for anybody else. So Chad keeps making news because Chad is the only person who doesn't understand how broadcasting and the internet and podcasting works. This whole thing works that you do a show, and then after you do your show, you go live your life. Chad lives for what's happening on the internet. And he doesn't know how he wants to approach it. So he goes, yeah, I lie all the time. It's the internet. It doesn't matter. So it's okay that I lie. But then on the other hand, he goes, I'm not fucking around anymore. This is real life shit. I'm not fucking around. Yeah, I'm going to get. And you're just sitting there like, which one is it? Is this not real life and you lie and you fuck around? Or are you not fucking around anymore and you're going for it? It's almost like perhaps you're just having a mental breakdown. You really don't know what you're doing. Well, somebody wrote a review. Somebody named Buddy on Facebook wrote a review of Chad's stand-up set. Now, Chad was not the last one to go on. There was somebody else, I guess, who did a set. But Chad went on, and from what I read, there were 100 people there to watch comedy that night. Which, by the way, Johnny, anyone can attest, that's a great crowd for stand-up comedy.
That's a good room.
100 people is a good room. Anything over 100, you got enough people that you can have a really good comedy show. I would say, what's the bare minimum for you to go, okay, this crowd won't be tough because of low numbers? So it's 60?
Yeah, 50, 60 is your bare minimum.
Yeah.
You need any less than that, and it's just going to feel like you're doing like somebody's birthday party.
Yeah, it feels really weird. Like everything's one-on-one. So Chad's got 100 people in there.
Okay.
The person who wrote the post that I saw said that he did such a bad job that there were less than half those people left by the time he got off stage. And that Chad has now taken his internet persona to the stage, which is a terrible idea because the internet is the internet. Podcasting is podcasting. Stand-up is a different animal. These people who are watching you on stage don't know who you are. They don't watch podcasting. They don't watch YouTube. They don't watch any of that shit. And if they
Come
do,
on, guys, I'm telling jokes. Where are my super chats? Hand the money up.
And if they do, they're not watching things like Misery Loves Company. Misery Loves Company has this problem where they have a finite universe and there's only a couple thousand people in it. We have the wonderful thing about this show, the benefit we have is that we kind of do a morning show with different topics. People are coming in and out all the time. It's not the same 600 people sitting there all day. It's in and out. You look at our analytics, 30 to 40,000 or 35 to 40,000 unique, 15 to 20,000 returning viewers. MLC doesn't have that many listeners. They have more than we do live, but they don't have a lot of reviewability because nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. So Chad can't go on comedy stages and do the podcast thing that only 2,000 people in the world know about because nobody watching the comedy shows are going to know it exists. So
please tell me he called himself a mud shark on stage. I just want him to call himself a mud shark.
He did ask one guy who was apparently a troll. He did ask one guy, where are you from? Like he was setting up a little banter, you know?
Huh?
And he goes, where are you from? And the guy said, I'm from Kumia country. And apparently Chad just moved on with the show after he did that.
Well,
Well, this buddy wrote a Facebook review of the show. And here it is. I'm actually going to leave it on this because it's easier to see. Chad Zumock absolutely ruined the whole show within 10 minutes of being on stage. Calling audience members cunts because we weren't engaging with him because he wasn't funny. Okay, see, this is what I mean about the internet persona has now taken him over, and he doesn't know the difference between real life and podcast life. If you're a comic, if you're a podcast person, if you're abrasive, sometimes that helps you. But if you're a comic and you're abrasive, most of the time, unless that's kind of your gimmick and you're known for that and you have an established audience, which none of us have when we go do stand-up, being abrasive, people will just think you're a dick and they won't like you. So Chad starts being abrasive because the audience isn't engaging with him. The problem is you have to give the audience a reason to engage with you. And when they're not engaging with you, if they're standoffish and they don't like you, calling them cunts is not going to help.
I don't know about you, but when because you don't do like open mics and stuff all the time, and hopefully I'll get back to that. But when I go to like an open mic or a comedy show and there's ever a comedian who's floundering, it sucks. I hate that feeling. And so it's like watching someone get kicked in the balls. You're having like sympathetic pains.
Yeah.
But the one thing that kills it for me instantly, and I switch right to hating you, is the people who then put it on the audience like, come on, guys, you can laugh. It's a joke. It's okay to laugh. It's like, yes, it is okay to laugh. Yeah. And the fact that they're not is your fault. Right. And you need to address that.
I love it when, comedians bomb and they blame the audience as if the audience didn't know they were at a comedy show and were supposed to laugh at things they found funny. Like there's a thing called feeling out the audience. You see what they're into and you give them that. So Chad is bombing, and this buddy writes, he basically started verbally fighting with the audience, thinking it was good material. Our group of 15 that we had been trying to get to go to the show for months walked out 10 minutes into Chad's coming on stage. So he walked a group of 15. He walked 15% of the audience in the first 10 minutes. That's pretty good.
I want to book that Zumock. Make sure to put him at the end. Clears out the room. We don't got to get people to go home.
Perfect. Not only is that the first comedy show we've ever walked out on, that is the first show we have ever walked out on. We have been to several comedy shows several times before, and although some comedians are better than others, this was absolutely the worst experience we have had and are embarrassed that we took our friends. After our group walked out, half of the audience in the comedy show started filtering out, including their tabs, because it was such a shit show. Dustin Vance was great, that must have been the feature, and killed it that night. He engaged well with the audience, and his comedy was actually hilarious and should definitely come back again.
Was there a comedian after Chad? I would love to hear that.
No, I think he was headlining. I think Dustin Vance must have closed because, like I said, this guy claims that people walked out of the show, and was he trying to say they walked out on their tabs as well?
Possibly. I know he was saying it was a little weird the way they walked out on the show, and it's the first time they've walked out on any show.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, at a comedy club, especially where there's a lot of people, you might get up and go get a drink or something, socialize a little bit. But to actually leave.
I mean, that's pretty brutal. There was one other review that someone had, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. That's too bad. Yeah, somebody wrote a review of his show, and they said that, he was calling a table of women cunts, and he was just basically verbally attacking everybody. I understand.
Call them cunts. How could it go wrong?
I understand me having to give Chad radio and broadcasting advice. I get that. I was a show host. He wasn't. He was a stunt boy. But you and I having to give Chad Zumock stand-up comedy advice when I'm a 2-time-a-year comic, and
I'm a low-level comic. No.
And it's supposed to be his profession.
He's the best comic in Florida. Don't tell him how to do his game.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Sean says, can we 5150 Chad? No. People have to care about him in order to 5150 the guy. So I didn't want to spend too much time on the Chad thing today. I just thought that review was, I guess I could say it's kind of funny, but kind of sad. It's like, again, that podcast persona is now starting to leak into stand-up. And if you put the podcast persona online, okay, that's fine. That can be explained away. That's fun. On a comedy stage, you can't bring that abrasive, confrontational persona unless you're known, unless you're like if Bill Burr got confrontational, or back in the day, Sam Kinison. That's one thing. Nobody knows who Chad is when he goes and does comedy. So to be getting abrasive and confrontational with the audience is only going to make sure you don't get booked.
Plus, it's one thing to get abrasive and confrontational on the internet. They're not right in your face and able to punch you. But if you're going to call a table full of people cunts, those cunts are right there. I mean, it's not in the comments anymore. It's in real life.
And if bar owners and club owners start talking and Chad Zumach comes up and they go, yeah, he walked half the room during his set, it's not going to get you booked. So I don't know how he's going to spin that one away. He'll probably lie about his power going out or getting a gun or something. But one thing's for sure, he has fallen into the shit pit. He's the shit shark more than the mud shark. He's fallen into the shit pit and he stopped struggling. He's just decided, you know what? I'm going to become shit. I'm just going to become a shit goblin. That's all I am. I'm not going to try and dig myself out of this. I'm not going to try and have the dignity to try and power through. I'm just going to sit in the filth. I'm going to live here. This is my life for as long as it lasts.
I would enjoy the comedy stuff, like where it's not related to the internet shit. This is like, again, this is why, and he should be using it for this. The stand-up comedy should be your time away from the internet chat.
Right.
You put down MLC, you put down all the other shit. You go in a room, you tell some jokes, you make some people laugh, you have a great time.
Exactly.
And you don't even think about any of this shit.
That's not the way it's going to go. All right, I'm going to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. For those of you who don't like the internet drama stuff, you're going to be very happy that it's a very short window today. And we've got a lot of other stuff to do. We're also going to start putting shorts on the channel. I'm very excited for that. Somebody wanted me to cut out a short today. The Zuckerberg MMA commentary. We'll put that up. I got 3 shorts that I got to put up. Maybe I'll do like 1 clip a day and 1 short a day. That might be the way to go. Okie dokie, continuing on with the show. Have you ever heard of Baby Gronk? Oh, I'm sorry. I got you muted. There you go. I'm sorry.
Baby Gronk? Are we talking about the receiver that used to play with Tom Brady?
The tight end, that Gronk. But I guess there's this kid who went viral online, and they call him Baby Gronk.
Okay, so Gronk didn't have a kid. That's what I thought we were.
I don't know. I don't think Gronk has a kid.
Okay.
But there's this social media. I've never heard of Baby Gronk before. But his dad is, you know how cringe like sports dads are? Like dads who think their kid's going to go pro and they're like just so invested in the kid's like athletic career. A sadder thing than the super aggressive sports dad might be the super aggressive Instagram dad who manages his son's social media virality, if you will.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
This kid's got the douchiest dad in the entire world. Madden San Miguel, better known as Baby Gronk, has taken social media by storm as a viral football sensation. His father, Jake San Miguel, is trying to take full advantage of the current attention and isn't being shy about aggressively reaching out to different people in order to boost his son's brand further. So this kid became like a viral clip thing for, I mean, this is him. He looks like I hate to say this about a kid, but he looks like a little douche. But that's Baby Gronk. And I guess clips of him on his football team have gone viral. So he's like a 7 or 8 year old kid who just happens to be really good at football. That's it.
He's a little bit bigger and a little bit faster than the other kids.
Right. That's his whole. That's the threshold for fame now. Is you just have to be a little bit bigger and a little bit faster than the other kids.
I got bad news for you, Baby Gronk. That kid behind you is going to hit puberty, and watch those tables turn.
Exactly. But wait a minute. They can't both be Baby Gronk. What the hell is this?
All right, I think we're taking children's football.
Yeah, that's it. So that's this Baby Gronk kid is, yeah, like you said.
Yeah, he's just standing a couple inches above everybody.
So, but now this kid, this number 2 is not Baby Gronk. So I gotta be honest. Uh-oh. Did our internet? Oh yeah, our internet went down.
We're good.
Give OBS a second. It's coming. It's coming back. There
Lucky
we
show.
go. Yeah. We had a little blip there for a second. But as far as like, so an 8-year-old playing football becomes like a viral sensation. Okay, whatever. It happens. You know, people see a little kid who's really good at football. They might get mesmerized by it for a second. But that's what it is. It's a blip in time. It's a second in time. It's not, you know, holy shit, we got to boost my kid's career. Your kid's 7 or 8 years old.
I got to get him a shoe deal.
Yeah, I got to get him talking to really famous people. See if I can get him on Rogan, you know. This dad is apparently reaching out and DMing super famous people.
Oh, Jesus.
To work with his 8-year-old son. And apparently it's been happening so much that the people who are getting the DMs are now starting to leak them because they're getting fucking tired of hearing from this guy. And then they talk to other people they know and they go, yeah, Baby Gronk's dad got in touch with me as well, seeing if we could do. I mean, that is so douchey. To, as the father of an 8-year-old Pee Wee football player, reach out to famous people to work together on shit. Like, because it's clearly you're doing it for you and not for the kid.
Right. And also, it's Pee Wee football. I mean, we don't know that he's going to stick with it so far. He seems enthused.
Right.
I'm sure you're not going to let him give it up now that he's got this big boost.
Yeah, I mean, the kid hasn't even discovered girls yet. And once he does, the football thing might go by the wayside. You don't know. Some notable social media users put Jake on blast over the weekend for sliding into their DMs. It started after NFL offensive tackle Taylor Lewin tweeted out a screenshot of Baby Gronk's father DMing him on Instagram, trying to get Madden on the bussin', trying to get Madden on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast that Lewin does with fellow NFL player Will Compton. So this dad goes to the dad of Baby Gronk goes to like famous football players and goes, "Hey man, you should have my 8-year-old son on your podcast." And you're just like, you do know that that's not how this shit works, right? Like you don't reach out to us and we go, "Oh, yeah, I mean, we always wanted to get Baby Gronk, but we never asked because we thought he would be ungettable."
You do realize it is kind of weird. Hey guys, come hang out with my 8-year-old kid. Like,
yeah,
they have to do that for like the sports camps and stuff, but they go into that knowing that's part of the deal. Like, all right, I'm going to spend a few afternoons hanging out with some snot-nosed booger kids. Like, it's fine. It's the gig. But, let's do our show where we talk about life on the road, some crazy stories. Remember that one time when we got fucked up on Jaeger and we brought those ladies back to a room? Hey, kid, how you doing with your coloring book?
Yeah.
Just not a good room.
Yeah. Or, you want to have my kid on while you guys talk about doing coke in college? It should be fun. The kid's going to talk about the time he had one too many Capri Suns and stayed up way too late at a sleepover. And they broke a vase. Shit.
Oh, no.
Baby Gronk's dad, woof, Lewin tweeted with a photo of the Baby Gronk account messaging him on multiple occasions. That prompted ESPN anchor Ashley Brewer to reply with a screenshot of her own of the Baby Gronk account messaging her on Twitter, asking if she could do a story on Madden. She captioned her tweet with the phrase, "double woof." Then, golf influencer Paige Spiranek. You remember Paige Spiranek?
Oh, God, no. You did not go after Paige Spiranek. She's not even in football.
No, this guy just wanted to tweet the chick with big tits. This guy's dad is a fucking creep and a half. I mean, most people would be thrilled. that their kid made a YouTube video of him playing. Somebody made a YouTube video of this kid playing football. It got like 1 million views. And you're like, oh, that's fun. Look, he'll always have that. This guy's just, I don't know. He thinks his kid's going to get on Paige Sporanic's podcast, or maybe dad thinks he's going to get on Paige Sporanic. I don't know. Or that he's going to get his boy on ESPN and that's going to cause him to be a draft pick in middle school. I don't know.
Somehow you're going to turn this into you having a sports career. Like a lot of this, the fact that the kid's name is Madden, a lot of it feels like dad wanted to be that guy.
Oh, and by the way, the dad is not DMing these people from his own personal account. He's DMing them from Baby Gronk, Madden San Miguel, the Baby Gronk account. An 8-year-old shouldn't have an Instagram account.
No.
This dad,
especially after there was a thing about I read a story last week, like Instagram has been revealed to have like the algorithms and the way they work seem to actually put together like some very questionable networks with people who have very questionable views about children.
Right.
Yeah, put your 8-year-old up there just whoring out for anyone for attention.
And he is, man. He's fucking shameless about it too, about how much he's whoring out his kid. He wrote to Paige Sporanic. He sent her a DM and she leaked him. That said, are you ever in Dallas, Texas? That was November 13th. 4 months later, in March, he just wrote, we got a collab, and a flexing emoji. Your son plays peewee football. She's a golfer. What are we doing? What's the collab? If I were her, I'd just send a picture of like one of my Instagram photos and be like, here, I'm guessing you wanted this to jack off to. Just leave me alone now.
Just leave me out of it.
Yeah. And I mean, none of these celebrities have to feel bad about saying no, because it's not like they're saying no to an 8-year-old kid. It's not like they're shitting on the kid. It's the dad so clearly trying to like whore off of his son's fame.
And again, the kid didn't do anything to be, like, no offense, to be famous. He just played football really well in a few clips. And okay, cool, good for that little tyke. But I mean, You want to what? You want to get 15 minutes of fame because he can tackle and run?
No, let me tell you, he wants to talk to Paige Sporanic.
Well, I don't blame him for that. I've been wanting to talk to her for a while, but restraining orders be that they are, I have to stay 60 feet away at all times.
I wonder why Baby Gronk's dad sent a message to this woman here saying they have to collab sometime soon. I can't imagine why.
Heard you're good with dimpled balls.
Maybe you can, maybe my boy and you can talk about what it's like to be influencers, and then you and I can talk a little business, if you understand. Baby Gronk has amassed over 320,000 followers on Instagram and appeared in social media content with LSU gymnast Olivia Dunn, Shaquille O'Neal, and Mark Wahlberg. So basically, the kid is appearing with people that the dad really wants to meet.
And the dad can get to show up and be part of this. Again, the kid doesn't do anything.
Here's Olivia Dunn. You ready to see Olivia Dunn? Let's see.
Yeah,
there you
I've
go.
seen Olivia Dunn. She's an incredibly attractive woman who's also, I guess, apparently good at gymnastics. So
no, but Johnny, you don't understand. She'd be a really good woman for Baby Gronk, the 8-year-old football player, to meet with.
Yeah, they'd have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at these pictures of her, she absolutely looks like someone who is right up Baby Gronk's alley.
They have the same kind of assets.
This guy's a fucking bum. Oh, what a I'm glad that like celebrities decided it would be okay to release the DMs from this guy, because if he just did it once, that's kind of a shitty thing to do. Like to burn a guy like that. But if he's doing it to everybody and then bothering them every couple of months, saying, when are we going to work together? When are we going to work together? Then I think, as much as I am against leaking DMs, if it's a harassment or a cringe kind of thing.
I'm glad they did, just because people need to realize, like, one, Baby Gronk is not the kid, it's the dad. All that content is curated by the dad.
Right.
So that helps show that. And two, I really feel like we as a society need to start shaming these parents who are like, you know what? I realized the sun set on me for internet fame, but thank God I made a mistake and didn't pull out.
While the social media stardom has opened up new opportunities for Madden, it has also opened up his father to criticism for pushing his son into the content creation space. Yeah, just like you were saying, he's getting him involved in this internet world, and now you're putting your 8-year-old in a position where people are going to say horrific things about him on the internet. What a piece of shit.
And they're going to watch everything he does, and if he fucks up, the internet doesn't forget.
No. The elder San Miguel said that reaching the NFL is rare, and the money that they're making right now will set his son up for the rest of his life. Will it set your son up? I'm just asking. Is the son the one we're setting up here? Because, again, I'm skeptical. I don't think the 8-year-old gives a shit about Olivia Dunn. I don't think the 8-year-old cares about Paige Spiranek. I don't think the 8-year-old cares about Mark Wahlberg or anything like that.
I don't think the 8-year-old wants to set up a life savings nest egg with, again, what are you doing that's going to do this? You just want to start showing up on podcasts, and we haven't seen any sort of on-screen charisma from this kid. We've literally only seen the fact that he's a little bit better than everyone else at football from what I am taking as a slight height and weight advantage.
Yeah. As far as balls deep, I do OnlyFans for my kids. He is the equivalent to an OnlyFans mom at this point.
But at least the OnlyFans mom is being the whore. You know,
that's a good point.
You're not whoring out your kid. Like, I can respect an OnlyFans mom. I'm doing it for my kids. Yeah, you're taking loads. You're letting those dudes get your content, whatever. You're doing that work. That's fine. This guy is like, hey, nobody's ever fucking heard of me, but they think my kid is, this other person. So let's just push him out there. And the weird thing is the Madden name. His name is Madden.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Well, he had to, he named his kid after the last thing he paused before he conceived him. And it was a game of Madden. Boo. So the dad seems to do all the talking for him. The dad seems to do all the conversations, and all the conversations he's trying to have are with super hot women. I just imagine how cringe the dad is when they go to meet with the gymnast, or they go to meet with a Paige Spiranek or anybody like that. I just imagine if the dad is too familiar.
Super cringe.
Yeah.
Super cringe.
Ugh. PH Header says, can the kid even talk? We know how the real Gronk speaks. Yeah, I mean, if he's dumb, then he really is Baby Gronk. So it's a low bar to clear. If the kid's 8 and he can read, he's probably already ahead of where Gronk was. Lemmy says, where is the kid's mom? And Stevie J says, the mom died of cringe. Yeah, I'm getting a real Robert Boucher, the dad of Bobby, kind of a thing going on. Let's move on. A local food mart in Kentucky is accused of selling THC gummies to an 8-year-old.
Uh-oh.
It's not their fault. I heard Baby Gronk was just really stressed out from how much booking his dad is doing.
He just needs something to relax. I get it.
He just needed something to fucking chill out. Let's hit play on this one. I have a feeling, Johnny, that the lawyer for this convenience store or the lawyer for this shop will definitely be using the word settle with his clients a lot. This isn't one you can really defend. Let's check it out.
After eating an adult edible gummy with THC in it, thinking it was just candy. He says he got the gummy at a local food mart. WCPO 9 News reporter Taylor Nimmo spoke with a family today. She joins us live from Covington. Taylor?
Yeah, Craig, 8-year-old Naeem Abdul Salam tells me he went to Mike's.
Good boy.
He went to Mecca.
You fed a small Muslim boy a THC gummy? Motherfucker, these aren't white kids. Their parents aren't really liberal about that shit. Oh, well, at least I'm glad he did it at home and he could trip balls here where we could keep an eye on him.
He doesn't have an inherited tolerance. He comes from a culture that very much doesn't engage in this stuff. That gummy probably fucked up his world.
You trying to get
I'm actually jealous.
You trying to get this kid honor killed? Because that's how you get a kid honor killed, assholes.
Fish and Chicken in Covington, and he thought he was buying his favorite candy, Nerds, but that's not what he got.
It's like candy. That's what I thought.
Naeem Abdul Salam was at Mike's Fish and Chicken with his...
Okay. Converted.
All right.
This is a converted Islamic thing. All right. So we got black Muslims.
That's what I thought.
Naeem Abdul Salam was at Mike's Fish and Chicken with his uncle, Chris Brown. Brown told it.
Naeem Abdul Rahim Rauf was at the store with his uncle, Bob Wilson. Oh, what's your boy's name? Oh, he's my nephew. What's his name? Raheem Raouf Abdul Maran. Oh, what's your name? Chris. Oh, what happened? I think we both know. Tell me your dad went to prison without telling me your dad went to prison at one point.
I have a response for that, but I don't think I should say it. We like having channels.
His nephew, he could use his allowance money to buy candy, so the two paid separately. Naeem...
I like that shit. We let our kids do that too. It's like they can take their allowance and they can buy snacks and stuff like that. I like that you still got people out there, and this may be uncle and not dad, which raises a few other questions that I'm sure Johnny is thinking of and not saying. But the fact that the uncle's like, bring your money, you can buy some candy. I like that shit. Kids are so micromanaged now. It's nice to know that people let them sugar up every once in a while.
Bring your money. You can spend it because God knows you're not going to learn to save. So just...
There you go.
Ate the whole gummy bear. When they got back to the car, he told his uncle he got ripped off.
It was only one in there for $10. And I was like, I thought I was going to get 3 of them.
That's when they started.
Okay, see now.
3 for $10 is still...
That's still a rip-off, kid. Yeah, you're still getting fucked. But at the same time, like the uncle... Yeah, there's definitely the dad and the dad's brother do not see eye to eye, because I'm looking at this kid with the Islamic name, and then do you see what the uncle's shirt says?
No, it's a little fuzzy on mine.
The Lord is my shepherd.
Oh, Jesus.
There's definitely a conflict there. Something. Dad went when it came to the two brothers, siblings in this case, dad went this way, uncle went this way, because yeah, go ahead.
What if that's not the case? What if it's a brother-sister situation and dad is just a guy on the outside that's who knows what? Well, again, we don't have dad, so we can't really put everything on him. We also don't have mom.
Yeah, all we have is
parental
uncle.
Representation.
Yeah, we just have an uncle who, by the way, Johnny, if you'll watch, has a big Philips TV mounted on the wall, and then a smaller TV with a sound bar sitting on an entertainment stand.
Why would you?
I don't know. There's some hillbilly shit going on here. And why do you have your couch so close?
That one still has wrapping on it.
Yeah. Why do you have your couch so close to the TV? I'm noticing a lot of things about this upbringing. First of all, how did the uncle not know when the kid went to pay, I'm paying $10 for one gummy? The uncle should have been like, oh, shit. No, that ain't right. No, you guys are selling him weed, you fucking marks.
Started to piece together. What Naeem had purchased was not candy.
My uncle ran to go get the pack, and then he read it.
Delta 8 THC.
That's when he found out it was an adult edible.
It was this medicated nerdy bears.
It's in the same type of package, the same type of...
See, now that's fucked up. I don't like that. You know how they did that shit with cigarettes? How you couldn't market them to children and shit? Now that we're legalizing weed, they got to start doing that with marijuana shit. Because, it's if a kid has one cigarette, whatever, he might cough, he might puke with it. You know, it's not the end of the world. If a kid has one edible, that can fuck him up and send him to the hospital. If the edible's strong enough. Like that, I mean, kids have gone to the hospital before because of shit like that. So you can't have nerdy bears look that much like the Nerds rope. That's got to, I'm not a big government getting involved guy, but that's got to be banned.
And this is another one of the things where they make the adult product, you know, like a kid's product, so the adults can have like kind of like a nostalgic kid thing. Yeah, that's great, but the kids don't get the difference. They just think it's candy.
Right, and the adults just want the weed.
And the worst part is, I hate to be ripping on this, but you really shouldn't buy crap like that, because stuff like that is mass produced. They get their cannabinoids and things in less effective ways. You'll get 2 different products and they'll have the same shit, so it doesn't matter which one you're buying, but they'll be priced different. You should just deal with everything in-house, where they start from start to finish with a solid product, like hemponics.com. You can get great CBD stuff on Hemponics. You have to be over 21. Nothing looks like candy. It's all very responsible adult medication.
I was wondering where we were ending up. I knew that was going somewhere, but I didn't know where you were taking us.
Writing.
Brown says he went back to Mike's Fish and Chicken.
I asked him, how could you do this? You have to be 21 to purchase this. He's not
you can clearly see he's not even a teenager. And she said, I thought he was buying it for you.
A few hours.
The fuck?
Jesus, we're done. It's over.
I thought he was buying it for you. Oh, so he's just being a low-level drug dealer. Okay.
Right. 8-year-olds always buy drugs for their uncle. Well, I mean, in some places they do, but not when the uncle is standing right there. Hey, can you go down to the shop and pick me up my medicine? Oh, my God. That person's fired not even for selling a kid THC, just being that stupid. I'm also getting annoyed that this 8-year-old's legs are in better shape than mine are. Fucking guy.
Well, that's because... No, sorry, Jimmy.
Well, that's because you see, back in the slave... No.
Naeem says he started feeling very sick.
I just started yelling and screaming because how much pain I was feeling.
He was delirious. Just calm down. You will be okay. And all of a sudden he threw up. Like he was on The Exorcist or something, all there on the floor.
My head just kept feeling like it was getting stabbed. Like, that wasn't normal.
His uncle took him to St. Elizabeth Hospital.
They rushed him straight back because his heart rate was elevated.
Naeem was released from the hospital.
An 8-year-old can't handle hardly anything.
Well, the thing is, too, is that THC has a paranoia-inducing effect. So if you're going through something and you feel out of sorts and you're having a bad time, it's going to make the trip even worse. And he way over-medicated himself, so that's why his body vomited it back up. But there's still so much in there that you can't get out. The head stabbing thing, I'm almost jealous of. What were these gummies?
Yeah, I believe a chicken and fish place.
Chicken and fish. I got to go get some chicken and fish gummies.
In Kentucky. You got to head down to the Bible Belt for the good shit. But, I mean, we got to do one of two things or both has to happen. One, you got to change the packaging rules. Or two, you've got to train cashiers to not be the most retarded people who have ever lived.
I feel like you should scan it and say, is the customer 21? That used to be an age check thing on the register.
Yeah.
How do you not read?
Oh, well, I mean, I can walk you through the process if you'd like, but I have a feeling we'd get in trouble. I think you know.
After his heart rate returned to normal, we went to Mike's Fish and Chicken to ask them about it.
I'm a reporter with WCPO. These nerdy bears, do you sell these to kids? No?
What do you think they're going to say? Oh, yeah, all the time. As a matter of fact, it's 30% of our profit generation. I hate when the news does that. They ask like obvious setup questions. And by the way, this place is fucking old school. They got a jar of jalapeno peppers just sitting on the counter. I'm guessing
everyone could just reach in and grab one.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's pig's feet and fucking gizzards just sitting back there.
Because it's not candy, right?
They declined to speak with us on camera. Brown says he wants to make sure what happened to Naeem doesn't happen to another child.
This is why I called WCPO, because I think there should be some type of accountability.
Covington police are investigating. They tell me they have a detective assigned to the case, but because it's an open investigation involving a juvenile, they're not releasing any more info at this time. But
you know what's going to happen to this place over and over now is they're just going to keep sending underage people in.
Yeah, to sting it.
Yeah, they're going to sting the shit out of this place. And I have a feeling that they're going to fail a lot. Like a bodega that sells fish and chicken. I just have a feeling. Or yeah, like Laughing Lion says, also 200 kids now trying to buy Delta 8 at this store.
Oh, yeah. And that's the worst part with this, too, is there's too many people that are potheads. They're like, oh, well, this stuff isn't harmful, man. It's like, yeah, but don't make that decision for other people. Just follow the fucking rules.
Mike says, I'm calling fake. He was coached or looking for a paycheck. You know what? I never even considered that one.
I will say the complaining about head stabby feelings thing, like I've smoked quite a few. I've dabbled in the weed world.
Yeah.
And I've never had like even if, and I've smoked myself beyond the line. I've OD'd, if you will, a couple times. All it is you get really, really flush, your heart will flutter, you'll get sick and you'll vomit, and then you'll feel great. And it's just kind of the way it goes. So I'm guessing if the kid really went through all that, after he vomited, he should have been feeling better. But if he was, paranoid and his mind's racing, that can give you some psychosomatic stuff. But I mean, the whole it was so painful. I'm like, yeah, that's what I love smoking this weed. It's just so damn painful. I got all the pain from the weed smoking.
Dr. Till says, I don't believe a word of their story. They're looking for a payout of some kind. I mean, who's going to pay it? Like, if you're going to do that story and make that up and try to look for a cash grab, here's my only problem with that theory. Does that chicken and fish place look like they've got a lot of money on hand?
Their only hope is if they want to then sue the retailer for making the product look a lot like a child's product.
Then in that case, maybe you'll get some money. But yeah, people in the chat are saying that they don't believe a word of this. Mr. Approachable, now I'm suspicious. The uncle called the news station to get the story out. Now it feels like he knew the kid was taking the drugs and let him do it for a cash grab attempt. I just, when the kid came up, and I know he was using his own money and shit, but when the kid came up and paid $10 for one gummy, you would think that somebody would know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, and this is the weird thing about me. So you paid $10 for one gummy, which, by the way, your nerd ropes are in a pack. I get that they look very similar. Your nerd ropes are in a very obvious, Charleston chew package. This thing came in a box.
Right.
It didn't come the way your nerds regularly show up. You open it and there's one gummy in there, and as opposed to being like, hey, why do I only have one gummy? You first eat it and then complain.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Give me tips. Thank you for becoming a member for the 13th month. Mike Maragana says that's exactly where I smelled bullshit when he said he was in pain. Okay. You had a little bit of an issue with that too, the stab and pain thing.
Yeah, I've never had the closest thing I have to a painful reaction with marijuana is if I'm smoking flower and my lungs get really charged and my throat gets really burnt out from literally smoking. Surprise. But yeah, I've never had any form of THC edible or vape or whatever where I've been like, oh God, I've got this horrible headache from all this weed.
Yeah.
It's the whole reason I take it is to limit pain and muscle spasticity. It's a weird one.
Kate Collum says the kid sounded coached. Yeah, a lot of people are, you know what? We're putting up a poll. I want to see what people think because I didn't even think to call him a liar. My skepticism is dying. I just found it funny that the kid's name was Super Islamic and then his uncle's name was Chris Brown. I also found it very funny that, they let the kid buy a $10 gummy and there was just one and nobody was skeptical. And then also, of course, the jokes about a kid being high.
And then, I mean, we can't prove it, but what if he really did say, oh, this is for my dad? What if someone checked? Now we've got questions. What if this whole thing was a setup and the person did the right thing? Well, not the right thing. They did the wrong thing selling it, but they thought they were just, helping Grandpa get an edible.
Yeah. Well, here we go. I just put the link up or the poll up in the chat. You guys can decide if it was real or not. And Ainla the Chanter says, is there a toxicology report? Right. This is like when Chad Zumach falls off his bike and goes to the doctor, goes to the hospital. You can check to see if anybody went to the hospital over this.
Well, we had pictures of him in the hospital, and I'd totally believe he let his kid eat the edible if he knows he's going to take the kid to the hospital anyway. And again, it's a Delta 8 THC edible. It's going to be pretty mild. I mean, even a high dose right away with no experience whatsoever, you're going to have a crazy trip and you might vomit or whatever because it's a lot at once. But yeah. I don't know. I don't see one gummy because how many? That's the other thing, too. We heard there was one gummy. What was the milligram dosage?
They didn't say.
In the gummy?
Yeah, they didn't.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Chevrolet JB becoming a member for his 10th month. Thank you. Johnny, 92% of the audience so far voting saying that story was fake.
Oh.
It's about 90-10. I think the kid may have taken something, but I maybe think the uncle let him.
Yeah. I'd totally believe. If you're going to go to the hospital and you're going to have all this shit, you have to let him eat the gummy, especially if it's a plant. Yeah. Because otherwise, if you go to court or anything like that, then it'll be like, hey, according to toxicology report, kid's clean as a whistle, so what was the problem?
Or at very best, it happened, it's real, but he's leaning in to try and get some cash out of the thing, which is not unheard of. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure after this, after the news story came out, I'm sure lawyers are going to be calling and mailing him shit and emailing him shit.
Like I said, they have a decent lawsuit to go to a judge and be like, hey, he went to the hospital. He had this horrible ordeal. And it's all because the packaging is just so darn similar.
Ginger Ridge says, eat the poison candy. We gonna get rich. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, see them. I can't read that, Hobo. See them tend not to be so smart group. This dates back to not allowing them to read or write. So wait, what did I say wrong? I'm banned. Thanks, buddy.
At least you're self-aware. It's beautiful.
Let's see. 85% of the audience so far saying that was fake. I'm going to go with the kid ate something because you can't send him to the hospital because they're going to run a tox screen.
Yeah, he definitely ate something.
Yeah, he definitely got some poison in his system, in my opinion. UC Love says, leaning into what? Is it not illegal? Not much of a lean needed. Well, they're leaning into the notoriety of this happening. Like, they're playing it up quite a bit.
How messed up he was and everything. It's not just like, oh, he felt kind of loopy. He got really hungry or what. No. He had stabbing pains. He was vomiting like The Exorcist. Yeah. We got a lot of very descriptive viscera involved.
Exactly. All right, guys, everybody hit the thumbs up. Let's hit like. We've only got an hour left. It looks like my voice is going to make it through today's show. I only poured 2 Campbell's Soup drinkable cups down my throat of broth, had a Ricola, throat spray, allergy meds, water, medical grade cough drops. But hey, we made it. One more Ricola for the road, you know? People are saying I'm going to have the shits today.
Well, I'm glad that I'm doing this remote then, so I don't have to be involved in any of that.
People are saying if you take a lot of cold or sore throat medication, you end up really drilling the toilet.
What goes in must come out, and it's numbing. So, I mean, if it doesn't get completely absorbed by your body and it makes it to the back end of the highway, you just loosen that sphincter up a lot.
Yeah. Ro Jogan says, yeah, but will you make it tonight? Yeah, I mean, the kids will be here all day, so I'll kind of keep my mouth shut. I'll keep
nice and tight.
I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll just play catch and, maybe take him to the beach. I can't remember what we're doing today. It's summertime now, so it's not like, 3 days during the week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you pick them up from school, you got a couple hours, then you're done. Now it's summertime. Now you can actually lean in and go do shit, which is kind of nice.
Well, you can. My daughter has school all summer.
Oh, well.
Have to catch up, because of all that stuff we did during that whole coronavirus stuff. Imagine that. People are behind, so you got to do some stuff to fix it.
That's, and you know what? In my case, don't feel bad because I'm not going to be able to spend much time with the kids today either. Because apparently, from what I'm hearing, I'll be shitting all day. So there is
talk to him through the door.
They do that too. If they want to do something, and for those of you who don't have children yet, here's a fun one. You're going to do a thing as a parent where when they get old enough to be alone for a few minutes by themselves, they're not babies anymore. Mm-hmm. When they're old enough, you will go and take a shit. And you will feel like it's a vacation. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to go on my phone. I'm going to fuck around. It's going to be great. There is a timer on your shit because those kids aren't just going, oh, he'll be done when he's done.
How do they know when you're half a log in? Because that's how she gets it every time.
Right? So what they do is they'll give you a certain amount of time each shit, and then they're going to start bothering you. And once they start bothering you, you're done shitting. So, take it with a grain of salt. The idea that you're going to have a big break to go take a nice shit and you're going to have peace, you're going to have the same amount of time as you'd normally have. Jay Turtle says, mine just come in during. They don't care. Oh, no.
We have the doors so that you can't lock the bathroom doors. Safety precaution thing. And, she'll talk through the door, but after a certain point, it's like, all right, it's time for me to enter this situation. And then usually, if it's the main floor bathroom, she'll sit there and argue with her that she should get to play in the tub because she wants to go swimming.
Here's a fucked up thing that happened. So April had left with the kids one Monday. It was Monday night to go drop them off. And as soon as she left, I ran upstairs into the bathroom because I wanted to save a nice one for when the kids weren't around. As Frankie McDonald said, oh, that's a nice one. So I start, and I hear a loud knock at the door, and then the doorbell ring. And that usually means April forgot something, or left something in the house and the door was locked or something like that. And so I'm like, shit, I got to go. So I get up off the bowl and I'm going to waddle down with my pants off and everything. I'm going to waddle like a duck. And I cover my dick and balls and I come down the stairs and I do the lean peek, down the stairs. It's the fucking, it's our oldest friend, neighbor kid. Luckily, I didn't just run down and answer the door. I did the stairs peek.
Right.
And as I do the stairs peek, you can see like my torso is exposed, but I didn't leave dick and balls out, obviously. So she just kind of, I ran the fuck back upstairs. She kind of moved away from the door. And it was so fucking awkward. Because here I'm thinking.
You ended up leaving a steamer at the top of the steps.
I dropped a shit because I was so scared. But yeah, I thought April needed something and she was going to be late. So I was going to run downstairs and get her keys or her purse or whatever it is. And I wanted to be as quick as possible. And I didn't want to pull up my pants and everything else.
Because I had business to get back
I didn't want, shit problems or anything like that.
Yeah, because, if you do have shit problems, heaven forbid you're wearing your pants and everything else that helps at least contain the blast radius. If you have really bad shit problems, no, just let that hit the floor and that'll be a lot easier to clean up after.
So thankfully, nothing came of it. Thankfully, nothing came of it. April says, I'm getting the carpets cleaned, you heathen. I didn't drop shit. I had already shit. It was time to clean up, and I hadn't cleaned up yet, and I didn't want to get any of the cleanup remnants on my shorts or underpants or anything like that, so I just left it free. That's all.
You wondered why the floor happens to be that shade of brown. I said that was the color of the carpets when they moved in. Half true. It is the color.
It is a brown color, so you'd never see it. All right, moving on. That was, Jason Beer says that story pairs well with the child porn on your phone, New Boot Goofin'. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I did, just in case, even though 99% of me thought that it was April, I still had wherewithal enough, in case it was like UPS or something like that, to cover my dick and balls, lean like this. Thank God, that could have been a lot worse. If I would have just came in hot, flopping all over the place, that would have been fucking awkward.
If it was UPS, though, do you go and answer the door now just so you can get your package?
All right, give me my package. And he's like, you already have one, sir. And I'm like, I know, but yours is bigger. Could use that.
Give me my package. Put yours away first.
All right, guys, where are we at likewise? I want some thumbs up for that one. It was a very personal story. Are we over 200? Let's go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Everybody hit like. Somebody refresh and give me the count. I'll know where we are.
209? Let's see.
209? Go to 300. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Let's go to 300 by the end of the program. April says, I think if it was me, I'd rather you take time to wipe. You're crazy. No, you wouldn't. You need whatever you needed. You couldn't wait for me to wipe. Who knows? You don't know what kind of fucking mess I left back there. No clue.
You don't know how many pages that book is going to be.
Exactly. 210. So everybody hit thumbs up. We've already hit our goal today. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody subscribe to the channel because we are about 50 away from 10K. What are they calling it now? 10K in the month of gay?
Yeah.
I think it's what the kids are going for.
Not wrong.
Oh, boy. All right, we got another news story. This is going to surprise the shit out of you guys. A 42-year-old ESPN director who was directing the broadcast of the NCAA baseball super regional tournament in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 42-year-old, worked for ESPN, director of these shoots, died on Saturday after suffering, and this is what they're calling it, quote, a medical emergency at the NCAA baseball super regional. Now, that's interesting, Johnny, because usually if somebody drops dead, we kind of know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a clue.
Heart attack, stroke, something like
Short
that.
breath.
Yeah.
Swallowed golf ball.
Medical emergency, it sounds a little iffy. And also, the phrase medical emergency is usually meant as a catch-all term for maybe some kind of death that the media doesn't really want to publicize because it may lead the rest of us to think untoward things about particular medical procedures, perhaps. So when you start using the language of the medical procedure related deaths, it's hard for us to get that out of our head. That's why I don't even think you should use like metaphors, or you shouldn't use alternative words.
Just tell us what it was.
Just tell us what it was, because you creating a new word for it and then using that word is going to make us think it anyway. And then we're also going to think you're hiding it from us and you're playing some fucking games.
They think we're lying to them? Oh, I know what'll help that. From now on, when people die, be super vague.
Right.
I'm off.
That's all you need to do. See, they think we're fucking with them and that we're gaslighting the shit out of them. So go ahead and change the wording, and that should fix all of that.
Oh, and do all the changes in the middle of the night while everyone's asleep. Looks totally above board.
Yeah. When they wake up in the morning and hit refresh on that definition, make sure it's different when they wake up. It won't make them feel like they're crazy. The super regional matchup between number 16 Alabama and number 1 Wake Forest, which Wake Forest won 5-4, was delayed for 2 hours for what officials claimed was a non-game related medical event. A 16-year employee, Kyle of ESPN, was a deeply admired member of our production team and highly accomplished, having captured 2 Emmy Sports Awards while working a multitude of sports from baseball and basketball to Monday Night Football and college football. ESPN said in a statement Sunday, prior to working at ESPN, Brown was a pitcher on the Ohio State baseball team where he was a captain. Wow, that's interesting.
His relationship.
Though I'm not kidding, Johnny. The rest of this article is just an obituary for the guy.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it at all. And of course, you know, why would we? It's not like he was in a profession that not mandated, but definitely very strictly enforced people getting medical procedures to interact with people socially and publicly.
Well, right, yeah, a place like ESPN that probably made you. They did make you get it, because didn't one woman get like really famous for saying she's not going to do it, and she walked away from her job at ESPN for it?
Possibly. I will double check that before I go on there.
That's really interesting. So this guy died from an unrelated or from an unknown medical emergency. And then in all the articles about his death, there's no mention about the emergency. There's no mention about his last moments. There's no mention about what might have happened or his possible medical history. It's just medical emergency, and the rest of it is, here's the ball game he was at. Here's how he got to where he was in his career. This and that. Nothing about anything else.
Yeah, not to add more information to your self-affirming bubble, ESPN, and this is from January 11th of 2023, ESPN is sued over vaccine mandates by former employees.
Yep. That's
there's a couple of employees that are suing over it.
And if they haven't won that lawsuit, they're going to win that lawsuit, because everyone else is winning those lawsuits for like getting their jobs back and getting back pay. Everybody's getting their jobs back when they sue. Woo, yeah, Balls Deep says he died of dying. That's all we need to know. He just died of dying, which happens. I don't know, man. That when they go with that medical emergency shit, or like with Jamie Foxx's thing now.
Yeah, we still don't know. Is he, like, I've heard he's blind and I've heard he's not. I've heard he can't talk, but I know one thing's for certain. We haven't seen or heard from the guy. If I'm a piece of shit for saying this stuff, and I probably am, but if I am, just fucking put it in my face. Just go, no. You're a piece of shit for saying what you're saying. Here's Jamie Foxx singing and dancing. Bada boom. You're a fucking asshole.
Well, you know, it's funny because like now we find out DeMar Hamlin's okay and he's playing football again and doing all this stuff. It's like, then why did you have to do that clearly fake DeMar Hamlin thing at that Bills game? Like, why are you fucking around? Because that guy,
are you gaslighting me?
That guy who sat in that booth at that Bills playoff game was not DeMar Hamlin. They never showed his face. They had the hat on him. He had the heavy coat on the entire time in a heated luxury suite. He wasn't with the ownership. Yeah, I mean, look, if that was the real Damar Hamlin, he is in the same owner's box, or he is in the same luxury box as the owners. He's in with all the team executives and everything else. I mean, he's not
nobody
just
said hi.
Yeah, they don't just put him in some empty room all by himself that like I used to broadcast out of for high school state tournament games with just one other person in there with him. That doesn't happen. But then you fast forward to the stuff now, and that's clearly Damar Hamlin, and he's clearly playing football, and he's clearly talking. I mean, that's Damar. So why do you have to go an extra step to fuck with us?
I feel like back when they did that, they weren't sure if he was going to pull through.
Maybe you're right. That could be it. But the Jamie Foxx thing is weird because Jamie Foxx, there's been multiple sources now who said, yeah, he had a stroke. He's not walking. He's not talking. Like he's in really rough shape. All kinds of different accusations. Could have been a Botox treatment that he received mandatorily to work on movies. Could be anything. But then last week, his people came out and said, oh, no, he's totally fine.
Yeah.
Well, wait, what? I mean, you understand he could have had a stroke and he could be in bad shape and we'd all totally understand it and that would be okay. That happens to people in their 50s or 60s. People can get strokes. It's only when you try to cover up what happened to him that makes people go, wait a minute, what the fuck is up? Because if his people would have come out and said, dude, terrible. Jamie had a stroke. He's in bad shape. He could use your prayers right now. But then when they say, oh, Jamie had a medical emergency and he's off the set. And then people start going, well, did he have a stroke? No, he's fine. Well, then isn't he coming to the movie? No, something happened to him. Well, like
Look, he played Ray Charles and the bit kind of stuck in a bit and it's just, he's got to work it out. All right.
Before his blindness, he said, quote, suck it, Daniel Day-Lewis. I don't even know what that meant. Carlos Cameo says a stroke in his 50s is what killed John Singleton. Yeah, see? I mean, it happens. But then when you try to, pull a nothing to see here kind of a thing, it makes people weirded out. Again, just stop doing the fake words and the cover-ups, and then people will stop believing that you're covering something up.
And if people are jumping to conclusions, again, don't tell people that their conclusions are wrong with no evidence when it's as simple as going, no, his voice is fine. He's not having any vision or walking problem. No, he's totally fine. He's just recovering. Like, okay, how about just like a wave?
We're not
something.
By the way, we're not going to tell you what happened to him, but he's in bad shape. Oh, well, do you mind if we, think about what happened or come up with ideas as to what happened? No, that's wrong. Don't do that. Well, then can you tell us what happened? No. Well, then I'm just going to let my imagination run wild. No, don't do. It's just this circular
Shouldn't speculate. Logic. Give me some facts. No.
Boys and girls, make sure you grab your Steel Toe coffee, now available with the whole bean option at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link is pinned to the top of the page. It's also sitting right there in the chat. Click it. Order your coffee. It is phenomenal coffee. Gino Bisconti just endorsed it yesterday on his Twitter, and then people pointed out how fucking dirty his coffee pot is. He probably should get that cleaned. Goddamn, people on the internet are mean and autistic.
Well, the problem is coffee's dirty.
Yeah.
It gets everything dirty.
crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your Steel Toe coffee, now available in whole bean or ground. Your call. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you get in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if your car won't go, nobody's quicker than All Care Towing. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's midlandarmory.com for your firearms, tactical gear, lower receivers, optics, knives, you name it. Nobody better than Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Go to the website, peruse that selection, add to your cart, check out, and use the promo code SteelToe for huge savings from Midland Armory. They've got featured items, national bestsellers, all the different suppressors and gear that you could possibly need. Check it out, midlandarmory.com, Midland Armory in Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe, and you'll get yourself a nice discount. Johnny, have you heard about what's going on with this Nick Merckx and Call of Duty thing?
Mm-hmm.
This is really, I mean, I'm seeing the companies that are getting involved, like voluntarily getting into pride shit and voluntarily walking into the LGBTQ trap. And I watch it every time. I watch him. Remember the look Nicolas Cage gives the DEA agent in Con Air when he gets shot? Remember when Nicolas Cage is telling the DEA agent, you're in a situation you can't control.
Oh.
Like, you can't just, let's try to diffuse this thing. And the guy's like, I can't control it. I can't control it. And then he shoots one guy, and then Cyrus shoots him. And then Nicolas Cage just looks at him and shakes his head like, I told you, dude. That's how I feel with all these companies who, unprovoked, nobody asked them to, they get involved with the LGBTQ shit. And then they look at me and they go, I'm being boycotted. And I just give them the Nicolas Cage. I just shake my head and look away. It's like, bro, I could have told you. Well, on Thursday, a popular video game streamer was punished by Call of Duty after he spoke out against the marketing of LGBT ideology to children, which it feels like a defeat in and of itself that's considered controversial.
Well, the best part is, too, this is all over a tweet, and his tweet was in response to someone else talking about a school board having issues with an LGBT thing and people not being in favor of it. And all he said was, leave the kids out of it. Like,
right.
That's my opinion. Just leave the kids out of it, which is a pretty decent opinion to have, especially considering, again, we're talking about a school board. So it's not even out of place, but everyone, oh, he's a transphobe. He hates the LGBTQ. We got to get rid of him. And all he was saying was,
Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone.
Right. And
that's
like,
all he's saying.
And like maybe he was saying,
Guys, the monkeys are attacking us.
I mean, he might have been trying to say.
And if I let go too soon, that's where the scissoring happens.
But then he also could have said,
I hate gay people.
that was a little more on the nose. But all he said was, leave the children alone in response to another story. He didn't go, like, it had nothing to do with Call of Duty. It had nothing to do with his gameplay. He wasn't in there, like, burning pride flags or saying, oh, if you're a gay character, I'm going to shoot you or shit like that. It was literally a news story about teaching gay shit in elementary schools. And he goes, leave the little children alone. And by the way, which shouldn't be controversial. That's correct. There's nothing about gay that kids need to know other than be nice to everybody.
Just be nice to people.
Yeah. You don't need to know about butt sex and girl on girl and shit like that. I mean, that's what gay is. You can dance around it. You can tiptoe it all you want. Gay is fucking. Everything else is platonic. Gay is the romantic part, the sex part, the dating part. All of that part. None of that needs to be taught to children. Here's what you teach to
we want them to be better at it when they're like, adults. We should start teaching them early.
Here's what we need.
Handle a schwanz.
Here's what you need to teach young kids. You need to teach young kids, hey, some people are different, and that's okay. We treat everybody with respect. Boom, boom, done. But now instead, this Nicholas Kolcheff, this Nick Merckx guy, had his operator bundle removed from two of the first-person shooters' most popular installments, Warzone and Modern Warfare 2. Activision had granted Nick Merckx, who has over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, his own branded operator skin that players can use in-game. The company has now removed the bundle after the streamer replied to the video saying they should leave little children alone. That's the real issue. That's it. That's all he wrote.
That's all he wrote. He didn't say that the LGBT community does it. He didn't say any group. He just said a general statement of, hey, just leave the kids alone.
Yeah.
Just leave the little kids alone.
Leave the children out of it, and then fine by me. So now I guess a bunch of other people are now asking for their stuff to be pulled.
Tim the Tat Man had his taken down in solidarity with it.
Tim the Tat Man asked Call of Duty to take it down. They did. Dr. Disrespect uninstalled Call of Duty and said he won't return until they apologize or add Nick Merck's operator bundle back into the game. So Tim the Tat Man and Dr. Disrespect, those are two pretty big names in gaming. And I know they're big names in gaming because I don't know shit about gaming, and I know those two
And you
names.
know who they are.
Right. It's kind of like that thing they used to say about Hulk Hogan. Like, even if you don't know anything about wrestling, you know that's that thing Hulk Hogan does, I may not know much about Call of Duty and gaming, but I know who Dr. Disrespect is.
I know this. Their fan base, when you think of an LGBTQ friendly community, you think, yeah, war games. Call of Duty, Warzone. Yeah, that's where we're like, hey, pride.
You know, when I think of the people most susceptible to a pro pride being shoved down your throat message, I think of first-person shooter online gaming fans. Those are the people that are going to
They
respond
never
the
say
best.
anything hurtful. They don't call people all the time.
Right. The word you want banned is part of their vernacular. It's their, oh, darn it. I mean, I don't know if this is really going to go the way you think it will. And also, if it doesn't require going outside, which this doesn't, they can really be a pain in your ass about something.
Yeah, they just literally have to not play it. They have by not playing it, because much like live streaming shows and things like that, there are plenty of sites that keep track of the traffic that online games have. So things like Destiny and Modern Warfare and all these that develop an online like catalog, that's one of the things like, hey, our community's always playing, the game's always going. If everyone starts leaving, it's like a Bud Light situation. There are other first-person shooters.
Yeah, I mean, Bud Light, Target, they've been held down and butt-fucked, figuratively speaking. Now you're looking at Call of Duty facing a backlash. Cracker Barrel now, I guess, is getting involved in like the diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, so people want to boycott them. Chick-fil-A even got into it. So like people are they're itching. They're stirring for, you know, battling
Chick-fil-A
on this stuff.
staying on the same like side of the line where like we're pro God, so no, you heathens get out of here. Like
I think they're now trying to like do both sides.
Oh, you bastards.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. Kyler becoming a Steel Toe Bro member for a 13th month. He said 13 months. That's not a long time. You're right. That is, it's not a lot.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
So the Call of Duty thing, it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Because that's a really big community. So they technically don't have to make any changes if they don't want to. And I have a hard time believing that a lot of these Call of Duty, these hardcore online gamers, are really going to walk away.
Yeah, it's an addiction thing. It's going to be easy for the first couple of weeks, like especially right now, Diablo 4 is out and stuff. If there's new games you can distract yourself with. But unless something jumps in to fill the void, and I don't think anything will with Call of Duty, then yeah, they'll get their community back eventually. I don't think Activision will bow into it after everything they've been through. They'll just kind of sit here and wait it out.
Here's what I don't get. All of like the lefty-leaning places do exactly what the right-leaning places should be doing, but don't. Like the left-wing places, all this shit happens, and they just go, we're going to hunker down, we're going to put our head down, we're going to ignore it, and it'll go away eventually. Like Bud Light, I guess, canned that marketing person, but even Bud Light, like they fired a bunch of people that weren't directly involved. Like they had scapegoats, and they said, we're going to cut loose these scapegoats, and then we're going to keep going like we're going. But like Target and Target and Bud Light, they kind of panicked a little bit. But like Activision and Call of Duty, it sounds like they're just going to put their head down, power through, and assume that people will just keep playing their game.
Like I said, they're going to be able to weather the storm because without something to replace it, people are going to go back to that. If you and your friends enjoy playing Call of Duty every night, it's kind of like your hangout thing. You're going to want to do it still. You're not going to want to give that up.
All right, boys and girls, we've got overtime today. You guys are actually like $30 into tonight's goal, so you don't need to worry about that. We knocked it out today. Thank you guys very much. If you want to hit like, though, that's great. Hitting like is great for the channel. Hitting subscribe is even better for the channel. So go ahead and do that. We'd like to get up to 300 today. So everybody go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Doesn't take very much. And let's get that up over 250. But to 300 would be really great. Shut the F up, Karen, becoming a member for their 12th month. Says, been listening longer than a year. Love you guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says, you sound better, Aaron. Hope you get better soon. Here, let's take inventory of what I've consumed today. My water's just about gone. I did the Celsius this morning. Cole, extra strength sore throat and cough medicine. Over here, Aaron, you dipshit. Ricola, Halls, throat spray, 2 chicken noodle soups, hot tea. Holy God, I can't believe I haven't had to piss more today.
Yeah, that'll be interesting when the show's over. You're going to be in the bathroom for like 20 minutes.
God, right? April's going to have to go pick up the kids by herself. I'm going to be indisposed.
You're going to be dropping the kids at the pool.
I certainly am. It's going to be split custody today.
Long, watery stool.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Laughing Lion says, today's episode brought to you by Little Pharma. Yeah, no shit. Lemmy says, April is the fucking best wife ever. She really is. April really loaded us up here. Oh, thank you. And then look at that. A fresh water. Nice and cold. April, thank you very much. She just said, yeah. I think she's exhausted. She had to get up early today and take care of my throat. So I think she just, I went, thank you very much. Yeah.
Normally it's the other way around.
I think she's ready for bed. Yeah, usually I have to coat her throat. So this is just payback. Matt Field says, looks like Aaron is getting ready for a deep throat ghetto gaggers shoot. That would be interesting to hear one of those interviews of like, hey, what do you have to do to get ready for, one of your shoots? And they're just like, oh.
It's like a sword swallower.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, it's Pride Month. We have to talk about this continuing Live Golf PGA deal. I didn't think that this golf merger would be such a big thing. And people keep telling me that the PGA lost and Live won. But I guess they're going to be keeping the PGA Tour events. They're going to be having the Live golfers go through a process to rejoin the PGA Tour. So
tell the people we stole, they're going to come back now.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why this is considered such a victory for Live, but they are going to have a merger. A lot of 9/11 victims and 9/11 victims' family members are upset because Live Golf is Saudi-backed. It's a Saudi golf organization. And a lot of them are upset that now Live will just be brought into the fold over this merger thing. And they're upset. Now, when people are upset about something that sensitive, the merger and, the 9/11 and the victims' families, you usually come out with some kind of PR response that, you try to tap dance a little bit and play it coy and be sensitive and the whole thing. Bryson DeChambeau, a golfer who took one of the 9-figure deals to join Live Golf, he has a bit different approach about the Live Golf 9/11 families issue. The Saudis giving a shitload of money to Al-Qaeda and financing them and supporting them and everything else. Well, he tweeted, or he was on CNN talking about it. He was one of the early recruits to Live Golf. And this is what he had to say about 9/11 families having an issue with the merger.
Well, Caitlin, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. And I think there's a lot more behind closed doors that's been going on. What I can tell you is that H.E. Yasser has always been a staunch supporter of golf globally and wanting to grow the game. That's been his vision from the start when we first started talking a few years ago. And as it's come to fruition now, I think that this is the best thing that could ever happen for the game of golf. And I'm extremely proud to be a part of that because of the fact that the fans are going to get what they want. The players are going to experience something a little different, a little new on the PGA Tour side. But I truly believe in the end, the game of golf wins in this scenario.
Well, then in that case, it's totally fine.
I truly believe that. After I cash that check, I believe, yes, the game of golf wins in this scenario.
After my family became hundreds of millions of dollars richer, I really thought that, 9/11, schmine-11, I really feel like this is what's best for golf. I want to see where she gets to the 9/11 question because his response is about as, poorly reading the room tone deaf as you can possibly get. We're going to skip around a little bit because it's 5 minutes and I don't want to listen to the whole thing.
Monahan, or as Jay Monahan, I should note, is a hypocrite in this situation?
Well, look, I really feel bad for the information that was delivered to the players on the PGA Tour, the ones that stuck with them.
Who gives a shit?
They were told one thing, and it does stink a little where it live, and I think that'll eventually.
Oh, here we go.
The best players against
When
each
you
other.
when you say bad information, what do you mean?
Willing to take that risk because
Not that
have to.
Come on.
You know is that the Live Tour is backed by the Saudi
Here we
Public
go.
Investment Fund, which of course is run by and backed itself by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Because of this, that is why it has earned so much criticism, including from the families of 9/11 victims. And the group put out a statement today saying, quote, the PGA and Monahan, referring to the commissioner, appeared to have become just more paid Saudi shills, taking billions of dollars to cleanse the Saudi reputation.
Well, now wait a minute. There's only one reason that the PGA or that the Saudis are throwing a lot of money at people to clean up their reputation. And that reason is it works really fucking well. I mean, if you have a guilty conscience and you feel shitty about stuff and people think you suck, just pay those people a ghastly amount of money and they will abandon their pride and say whatever you want them to say about you. I mean, just take the people who think you're a big bag of shit, hand them $100 million, and they'll go, I guess you're not so bad.
Well, I mean, what are we going to do here? I mean, it's not like they're also using this as a way to possibly launder money for any reason.
No.
This is all
How do
above
you
board.
respond to that?
So now that she's asked him about the 9/11 families, this was his response.
Well, I think we'll never be able to repay the families back for what exactly happened just over 20 years ago. And what happened is definitely horrible. And I think as time has gone on, 20 years has passed, and we're in a place now where it's time to start trying to work together to make things better together as a whole. I have deep sympathy. I don't know exactly what they're feeling. I can't ever know what they feel, but I have a huge amount of respect for their position and what they believe. Nor do I ever want anything like that to ever occur again. I think as we move forward from that, we've got to look towards a pathway to peace, especially in forgiveness, especially if we're trying to mend the world and make it a better place. I think this is what they're trying to accomplish. Liv is trying to accomplish. The PIF is trying to accomplish. We're all trying to accomplish is a better world for everybody and a way to provide great entertainment.
This is why you don't let golfers give geopolitical addresses. He's like, come on, it was 20 years ago. And I'm sure the Saudi Crown Prince, through his golf organization, is trying to move on from the whole thing and build a better world. I mean, if that ain't $100 million talking, the Saudi Crown Prince looked at his people and went, do you see? This is why we give them the $100 million. They will say the most retarded shit you've ever heard, and it will totally be fine.
How bad do you feel after that interview?
Oh.
I mean, you almost went, some people did some things. And
Yeah, you Ilhan Omar'd the shit out of that one. Yeah, 9/11 was really bad, and I can't imagine what they're going through. But, it's been 20 years. I think it's time we move on. And, hey, the Saudis are putting a lot of money into golf. So isn't that the I'm sorry you were looking for? God damn.
Look, I get that people died. They lost their family members. But I'm getting paid a lot of money to hit a little white ball across a field. This is awesome.
He is this close from doing a Seinfeld yada, yada, yada on this whole thing.
For everybody around the world.
It's not just about 9/11. What does it make you uncomfortable at all? Because it's not just that they're accused of financing terrorism. They also are accused of killing a Washington Post reporter, Jamal Khashoggi.
Yep.
How do you feel knowing that is where the money is backed by?
I hate to red bar this by rewinding and over analyzing people's facial tics. I mean, it's obnoxious and slow, so only do it once. Watch his throat tighten. Watch the facial tics and the eyes.
She brings up the other stuff.
As she brings up 9/11, Jamal Khashoggi supporting terrorism, he goes from, it's been 20 years, forget about it, to you almost hear the cartoon gulp as he's answering this question. Watch his face as she's asking.
From that, we've got to look towards a pathway to peace, especially in forgiveness, especially if we're trying to mend the world and make it a better place. I think this is what they're trying to accomplish. Liv is trying to accomplish. The PIF is trying to accomplish. We're all trying to accomplish is a better world for everybody and a way to provide great entertainment for everybody around the world.
It's not just about 9/11. What does it make you uncomfortable at all? Because it's not just that they're accused of financing terrorism. They also are accused of killing a Washington Post reporter, Jamal Khashoggi. How do you feel knowing that that is where the money is backed by?
Dude, look, one more time. From when he was talking about his shit to when she starts mentioning all this other bad, nasty shit the Saudis have done, look at his eyes start blinking out fucking help me in Morse code.
He just starts thinking, look, bitch, I play golf.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, this is just his eye movement just starts going fucking bananas.
Especially in forgiveness, especially if we're trying to mend the world and make it a better place. I think this is what they're trying to accomplish. Liv is trying to accomplish. The PIF is trying to accomplish. We're all trying to accomplish is a better world for everybody and a way to provide great entertainment for everybody around the world.
It's not just about 9/11. What does it make you uncomfortable at all? Because it's not just that they're accused of financing terrorism. They also are accused of killing a Washington Post reporter, Jamal Khashoggi. How do you feel knowing that that is where the money is backed by?
Dude, it's like he's got a shutter on a camera that's supposed to take 50 shots per snap. Oh, boy.
But the blood money, God damn it.
I keep forgetting about the blood money.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's unfortunate what has happened, and that's something I cannot necessarily speak on as I'm a golfer, but what I can say...
And the people who did that are giving me hundreds of millions of dollars, so I have to shut the fuck up. In fact, if you say Jamal Khashoggi 3 times in an interview, I am supposed to have you killed. So, you know, we got to take it easy. We got to tread lightly because you're fucking up my money, bitch. God, I'm not qualified to speak on those things. Yeah, because I got their blood money in my pocket.
Say is that what they're trying to do, what they're trying to work on is to be better allies, because we are allies with them. And look, I'm not going to get into the politics of it. I'm not specialized in that. But what I can say is they are trying to do good for the world and showcase themselves in a light that hasn't been seen in a while. And
is torture... Okay, here, I won't make you comment on geopolitics. Do you think it's shitty to torture and dismember a journalist? Look, I've got $150 million of Saudi money up my asshole right now, so I am not allowed to comment on such things.
Hey, so given this this current month, how do you feel about their stances on the LGBTQ community?
Right? It is funny how the LGBTQ community will fight like hating Dylan Mulvaney and how dare you say these things, you Call of Duty streamer. But during Pride Month, there's never any pushback against Saudi Arabia or Iran. Like, they won't take on anybody that might actually fucking push back. You know,
you want to sit here and scream about all the ingrained racism in American society. You don't want to go over to the Middle East where there are actual slaves still.
Yeah. Hey, we don't like it that people are saying we can't talk about butt sex to children. It's like, oh, okay, we could take you over to Saudi Arabia. You could do Pride Month there. Nah, that's okay. We'll stay here. Keep calling people Nazis who don't fight back. Let's continue on the Bryson Dechambeau fucking Saudi clean up the streets tour. Yeah.
Nobody's perfect, but we're all trying to improve in life.
Nobody's perfect. They fucking fund terrorism, including the people who knocked down the Twin Towers, and they murdered a journalist. And Bryson Dechambeau, nobody's perfect. He went with the fucking dad from Independence Day thing when the defense secretary goes, I'm not Jewish. He goes, nobody's perfect.
Oh, Jesus, man. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but some people try better than others. I mean...
Nobody's perfect. Okay, do those not perfect people slaughter journalists and support terrorists?
Our allies with them, and look, I'm not going to get into the politics of it. I'm not specialized in that, but what I can say is they are trying to do good for the world and showcase themselves in a light that hasn't been seen in a while. And nobody's perfect, but we're all trying to improve in life.
Yeah.
You hear that, 9/11 victims' families? Quit with your fucking kvetching, all right? Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we're at least doing something in Saudi Arabia about preventing these women from having rights. We're doing what we can. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, you know what he's trying to say is
we're feeling good. Things are happening. Fun. All right, this guy's an asshole.
I think that might be more appropriate. What he's trying to say about Saudi Arabia is
we're doing what we're doing.
Exactly. They're doing it. They are doing it. Oh, shit. Hey, excuse me, Bryson DeChambeau. I'd just like to ask you, why do you seem to be simping for the Saudi government?
That's what the money is for.
What a fucking dweeb. And, you know, like to send him out there like that, to send a golfer out to do a publicist job has to be part of the ritualistic humiliation that the Saudis do as part of the $100 million. It's like, will you go out there and talk about how great we are? Yeah, but what if they ask me geopolitical questions? Then you will read off of this card. Okay.
And you will just mean every word you say.
Yes. You will tell them it's been 20 years. Get over it. The fuck, bro. Feel free to ad-lib to put these things into your own words. Thomas Canavan says, as a 9/11 survivor, I think he should take a portion of his contract and donate to any of the organizations that support the families of the event. Maybe donate to cancer research. Raz of Chaz says, wait, throwing money at it to get people on your side? That's a Jew thing. Wait, what?
Cultural appropriation.
That's true. You guys are learning from the best. Lemmy says, hey, look, you've got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, lady.
Look, you got to crash a few planes to bring down some buildings.
Yeah. Look, ma'am, it's been 20 years. They said they're sorry. What do you want? What do you want? The hair off my head? You want the skin off my back? Do you want my heart from my chest? What can I do?
I mean, seriously, you're sitting here complaining. We cleaned up ground zero. Seriously, man.
Try to relax your anus.
Stevie J says CNN refuses to mention the Yemeni genocide because the Saudis are doing it with American-made weapons. They dare not mess with the military-industrial complex. That's true. There is what's going on in Yemen, and we've been funding that from day one. Oh, man. The Optic Nerve says jet fuel doesn't melt 9 irons. Scarface says, don't forget, they are also waging a genocide against Yemen. Yeah. Optic Nerve, Bryson DeChambeau, 9/11. Nobody's perfect. 9/11. I love that his excuse for 9/11 and the Saudis is the same defense you give if you put a handrail on, like a banister going down a flight of stairs, if you put it on like 2 degrees crooked. Nobody's perfect. He feels the same way about the Twin Tower attacks.
He needs to start selling a shirt with him shrugging. Just, nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect. We're doing it. My guilt for 9/11. Gone existed.
I feel like if you're one of the commentators on any match that he's in or whatever, if he misses a putt or whatever, like, nobody's perfect.
Yeah. Right. 9/11 is a missed 6-foot putt to him.
Yep.
Nobody's
perfect.
He gets on there. Yes. I'm sorry. Is this interviewer Jewish? What? Prank caller. Just hangs up the phone. Oh, Bryson DeChambeau. You look, in terms of humiliation, you earned your money today, sir. Let me open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. We got about 10, 15 minutes left in today's show. Go ahead and hit like. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Show your support for Steel Toe. We do so much appreciate it. Thank you guys for everything you do. Thumbs up. Let's see if we can get that number up to 300 by the end of the show. Like away. And thank you. You guys are, I think, $30 into tonight's evening show. And we appreciate it. Johnny, Walgreens is making some changes to their stores in select cities. You know, these big corporations, they'll roll out their changes in certain markets to see how it's going to go. I was told this early in my radio career. One of the markets that Minnesota broadcasting companies look at to see what they should be doing next, because, of course, radio is about following, is they look at Indianapolis They think that Indianapolis has like the most in common with kind of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, and they go with that. Well, Walgreens is unveiling some new ideas in Chicago. And in no way is this meant to be a reflection on the behavior in Chicago or the amount of Walgreens that are having to close nationwide because people are breaking into them and robbing them. The new Walgreens stores will have just 2 aisles, and most of the merchandise will be kept out of sight in a back room. The reason this is happening is because in Chicago, and I don't have a very technically sound way of putting this, they're robbing the places blind. People are walking in, grabbing shit, filling up backpacks and duffel bags, and just walking out multiple times a day in some cases. I mean, was it Chicago who recently just lost their Walmarts? Or Portland? Portland or Chicago?
Portland, I think.
Portland just lost their Walmarts because people are stealing and there's crime all over the place. Now Walgreens, in an effort, because look, Walgreens wants to be in Chicago. They want access to that many people in that size market. But if they're being robbed blind, they can't afford to stay open. So they're literally doing this just so they can stay in business. They've redesigned all of their stores in Chicago and kept the merchandise intentionally out of sight. Now, last week, the same location reopened with a dramatically pared back look. Walgreens says it's a digital-first experimental store to benefit customers. It's not designed to deter theft, Walgreens says.
Oh. Well, good, because you have a huge problem with that. Don't want to do anything to stop it.
It's really funny how they're scared to even address what the big problem is. I mean,
and then the people that it affects are going to act like it's being done to them, like it's a targeted thing. Like, oh, they're just trying to stifle our community and create, shopping deserts. Like, no. The store was here.
Yeah.
It left for a reason.
Right.
And it wasn't racism.
And to say, like, you can't even bring yourself to say that it's not designed to deter theft. Really, removing all your products out of the aisles and putting them in the back room for them to be ordered digitally is not meant to deter theft. Then there was no reason for you to do it. Nobody's complaints about Walgreens is that, oh, I just can't go in and buy stuff. It's been the crime, the stealing. Now, there's one in San Francisco that still has all of the, or no, I think it's a Target. It's either a Target or a Walgreens in San Francisco where they have all the merchandise out in the store in aisles, but
they're all locked.
They're all locked. Yeah. So it's really the fact that they're tiptoeing around this isn't a theft deterrent thing is just really mind-boggling to me.
I don't know. If that happened in my community, I'd feel like such a piece of shit. Like if that's where we're at, that we have to lock everything down, I'll be like, what the, I mean, seriously, how hard do you have to try to behave like a civilized person and just not rampantly steal shit?
Right. And like shamelessly too, like just standing there, filling up bags and bags of shit and then walking out like you bought it. It's just the most brazen shit, too. Let's take a look at this Walgreens. We got a
Come shop with me in this new kind of Walgreens store that just opened. Whoa, so this is totally different. No big displays or checkout counters, and the pharmacy is down the hall. There's the pickup window. You can place an order in the Walgreens app before you come in, or just roll up to the kiosk and find what you want. Then,
so yeah, you just literally, you go on a little tablet.
We've made a giant vending machine.
Yes. Walgreens, in order to not get robbed blind in Chicago, had to become a big vending machine. And then they have the nerve to look us in the eye and go, oh, no, this isn't about theft. Then what's it about?
You just made your employees' day harder. You made everyone's life more difficult to accommodate this situation. If it's not about theft, I'd like to know what is it about getting more products in front of, because there aren't even any products in the store. What do you...
Yeah. And then not only that, but now if it's on a busy day, now these people, instead of walking around and grabbing whatever they want, they have to stand in line. Then they have to get to a computer. Then they have to punch in their order. Then they have to wait like there's no tables at a restaurant.
This is going to make those fucking window shopper bitches even hard. The ones are like, oh, do I want that? You're just going to sit there scrolling. Like, can you fucking I'm trying to buy some toilet tissue before I shit my pants. Let's go.
Again. And if you would just come out and say, look, guys, we're only doing this because we're being robbed blind and we have to save money. It's not ideal, but we have to do it. The fact that Walgreens is trying to pitch this to people as a better alternative is so insulting because this is so much less efficient.
Then the Walgreens team shops for you. Okay, order placed. I missed lunch today, so I'm going to go hit the essentials aisle. This is the grab and go section, so let's grab a snack. I'll take these chocolate covered pretzels. Thank you. It's like a mini Walgreens.
So this is the new section,
so you can just pop in, get what you need, and then hit self-checkout. Okay, and now it looks like my order is ready at the pickup window. Thanks, Sarah. And
so like the cheapest items are on like 2 racks. And that's it. Everything else is behind the counter.
Again, Walgreens, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You got rid of everything else off the racks so they couldn't get stolen, which means the 2 racks you have left are now the victims. They're going to go for those. Right. Just for whatever, because again, I seriously doubt people who have a penchant for just robbing all the time, like taking stuff and going. I don't think they're going to give that up just because now it's a vending machine system. I think they'll do whatever they can.
Or they'll break in numbers and head to the back and start stealing shit from there.
Yeah, but then at that point, like, are you allowed to call the cops when it's like a riot because the people are pissed because you won't let them steal from the store?
Right. I mean, when can you call the cops? These cities have run themselves into the ground, and it's just brutal to watch people have to try and adjust.
And off we go. Come see the new store for yourself at State and Roosevelt in Chicago.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to pass. See, my Walgreens still lets me go to the store and buy stuff.
See, I can't walk through the store, but I still try, and I actually kind of enjoy the fact that I can do stuff myself.
Yeah.
I really would hate it, like, all right, because then I got to stand there and go through the kiosk thing. That's a bad thing. I got a horrible hand control. It's going to be a problem. No, that's bad.
Michael B says, I had to show my concealed carry permit to buy razor blades at a CVS. Oh, they just make me show them my wrists. And I go, look, clean. We're good. I can have these. Lemmy doesn't hate it. All right. Some people saying it looks like a weed dispensary. Nicole Magenta says they'll start stealing the kiosks too. Well, I'm trying to avoid saying they'll. Say people. Griddle Gorilla says they'll do a flash loot and take the kiosks. Yeah, like if you want to steal stuff, you will steal shit.
Yeah, it's if you enjoy getting away with it or you have to do it or whatever, if you've built a lifestyle around that, you're not going to just up and change it because they went, oh, you know what? Everything's behind a door now.
We taught it says it's actually brilliant. All right, fair enough. I mean, it's good, but no, it's brilliant for theft prevention. But if you're not, my problem with Walgreens is they're not saying that it's for theft prevention. But that's the only thing it's good for. It's not a more efficient shopping experience. It's not an easier experience for the customer because there's nothing more efficient than walking down the aisles where they spell out your thing and you can just go walk and grab it yourself.
Well, I mean, not to go against you on this, but I mean, that could be kind of convenient. You place the order before you even get there. You just show up, pay, pick up your bag, and go. That's actually not a half bad
No, like
deal.
if you order in advance, that's fine. But like they have the kiosks there. I'm talking about the thing they're doing in the store now where you walk up to a kiosk, order it, and wait for a Walgreens person to bring it to you. Do you see that old bitch?
But what kind of piece of shit are you that you're not you don't know what you need at Walgreens?
Did you see
what
that?
What are you going to Walgreens for?
Did you see that old bitch, Sarah? You think she's going to be moving when it's slammed?
Hey, dude, they deal with, they're a pharmacy, all right? They deal with infirm and elderly people. And if you want to talk about people that are tech savvy like that, you're talking infirm and elderly people.
Yeah, Lemmy says, as a person who really doesn't like social interaction or public spaces, this would make my shopping way easier. And Citizen M likes it too. Yeah, wait until you guys get caught behind an 80-year-old person who needs their fucking thyroid medication or their hip medication or something like that. And you just wait to see how much more you like. When you get stuck behind a couple senior citizens who don't know how to work the, quote, computer thingy, you're going to get pretty annoyed.
Oh, I always hate using the card. It never wants to do it for me. Then stop doing it.
Can I write a check? There was a woman. I was at the grocery store, and there weren't many people there at that moment in time. I think this was Thursday. and I had a couple of things. I had two items, I think. And the woman in front of me had like a fair amount of items, but it was fine. She looks back. She starts writing a fucking check, Johnny. And she looks back at me, and I hate this. Don't do this. Just write your check. Be the burden on society that you fucking are. Annoy the shit out of the rest of us. But she turns around because people think this makes it okay. She goes,
wants to get your permission?
Yeah, she's like, I bet you it's been a long time since you've seen someone hold up a line with a check before. It's like, I know you're trying to be self-deprecating, but it's actually coming off as now you're just fucking taunting me. Don't look at me. Don't talk about your check. Write your fucking check and get out of here. Yeah, balls deep.
Taunt.
Yeah, balls
Taunt
deep.
hard. Lick the pen. Like,
Oh, do you have another pen? This doesn't work. Okay, now we're getting into, you look at the cashier and you go, can I assault them or no? Is that not allowed? Just wondering. Yeah, writing a check and then like Balls Deep says, not filling it out ahead of time. You know where you are, bitch. Oh,
you know what you're going to do?
Right. Lemmy says, I'll just disassociate and then bam, it's my turn in no time. That's fair. Just drift off to dream for a little while. Well, that's going to do it for today's show, guys. Thank you very much. Great start to the week. I'm sorry my voice wasn't up to it, but you guys were. We're $30 into tonight's show. We appreciate that. Johnny, thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Remember, guys, youtube.com/JustKiddingLLC, trying to boost those numbers. If you can help out, thank you very much.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube. Go subscribe to that. And subscribe to our channel, for God's sake. We're about 50 away from 10,000. We can do that this week. Let's do it. Also, hit like. We're over 250 today. Thank you very much for that. And subscribe to the channel. And tune in tonight at 7 o'clock Central. There's the links in the chat for Just Kidding LLC. That's Johnny's channel. Look for Steel Toe Shorts coming soon. Get your Steel Toe coffee. And we'll post a clip a little later in the day. Johnny, thanks again.
Thank you.
And to the rest of you, take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go rest my voice.